just to record and knows how to use OBS, go right ahead. Do we say OBS or OBS?
We say OBS.
OBS.
I've never heard anyone pronounce it OBS, but I love that you did.
All right, what's the best way to advance slides without covering anything up?
Click on them, but you need to screen share first.
I have to screen share first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here.
I don't remember anything about how to do this.
It's okay.
Amazing. You've done this before.
We've done this for like 7 years in a row. Where's the button to? There it is. Share your screen. Boop. And then you just click when you need to go forward. Have it right over that.
On this screen, just click.
Yeah, I've already moved the mouse over, so just click when you're ready.
Thank you.
Anytime.
Okay, and we'll give it like 4 more minutes for people to get in, starting like 5 minutes after. Okay, so we have it set it up so that we are recording the slides from the screen share as well as chat, and I have to be watching chat as well as the screen share. And I also have another computer where I can look at my script. So we're doing a fair amount of multitasking here. Oh, that's exciting. Let's see. That's exciting. I saw somebody was talking about doing their major. Heck, it's gone past already. Let's see, can I scroll up? Yeah, Silly was hoping to do your MA in creative writing focused on fan fiction and fan culture. That's wonderful. Yes, the panel will be recorded. Anybody else who wants to record is welcome to do so. We have at least 2 people recording. Chimera's and Paige are recording.
Nova is too.
Nova is recording as well, Paige says. But the more people who record, the better, because we've definitely had other cons in the past where every recording was broken in some way. Hi, Neve. Good to see you. Good to see you all in the chat. Sephora, I hope you can find your Allen wrench so you can finish building your clothes rack.
I feel like I hoard those things whenever we get them, the packets of things to build. Would it be alright if I went and sat next to you? Wouldn't it be distracting?
I'm just wishing you had a sip of that Coca-Cola.
Well, if I sit next to you, you can have a sip of the
Right, but then it's dangerously close to my computer.
Then I'll just keep an eye on it.
Yes, yeah, that would actually be a good idea for a link to the slideshow to be posted in panel questions. That could even be done in advance. Actually, I think I could do that. For my other computer here, copying that link. And
Panel questions are down there.
thank you. There we go. I posted that in panel questions. Best wishes to everybody who is currently in college or secondary education, any kind of education you're doing right now, ongoing education as lifelong learning, whatever it is. The purpose of this panel, a lot of its purpose is to inspire us, to inspire everybody in our community to keep on learning and learn more about how to learn. Hi, Cryptid. We have not officially started it yet. We're just giving people. Let's see. Okay, it's been 5 minutes since the half hour now. I should probably go ahead and start. Oh wow, there's 130 in the audience. I'm glad the server got some boosts. Thank you so much to everybody who boosted the server to make this possible. Okay, with 131 in audience, it's gonna start getting difficult for me to keep up with chat. So, um, because this panel is going to be one where I'm going to be trying to interact with chat during the panel itself. Chaotic was wondering, the boosts helped unlock the ability to screen share with larger audiences. It's just some of the requirements for how Discord works. It needed at least 7 boosts, and so we got that. So thank you to everybody who helped make that possible. And thank you so much to OtherCon staff for everything you're doing. Okay, let's get started. Okay, so this panel is Alterhumans Always Learning, and this is a discussion with attendees of OtherCon 2026 facilitated by myself, Orion Scribner. Okay. All right, so this panel, this is just a little bit of a table of contents of the panel, so that we understand the structure that we're doing here. There's going to be a few slides at the beginning explaining a little bit about the panel itself. And then there's going to be a section that is about education in general. And then we're going to go into a little more detail about some learning disabilities because those often go along with being alterhuman. There are some alterhumans, it's not that unusual for alterhumans to say that those things are connected for them. So we're gonna go into a little bit more detail about those. And then we're going to talk about some ways that our alterhumanity poses a challenge for us in our educations, and then ending on a positive note, trying to figure out ways to collaborating with each other to try and come up with solutions and share solutions that we have for those challenges, and also some of the ways that our alterhumanity inspires us in our educations is, for example, a reason why we go into the line of work or field of study that we do, or other ideas that we have about how we'd like to help make the world better for alterhumans such as ourselves. Oh yeah, and in the previous one, in the previous slide, it did say there are no product placements in this. We do talk about some products that might be useful, some types of tools and resources that might be useful for us, but none of those are product placements. That's never been a thing that we've done at OtherCon anyway, but just when it shows up on YouTube, that is more remarkable to see on YouTube, things not having product placements. And also, I made an effort to make this be relevant for people internationally and of all ages, because education, the structure of it does vary quite a bit from one country to the next. But most of the people in the live audience right now are in the US or are in their teens and 20s. So I'm tending to do more stuff that is useful for that audience. As opposed to, like, for example, one of the things I was surprised to discover was that the education system in Germany is really different from how it is in a lot of the world, and then there are other countries where their educational system is not that different from in the US. And hang in there, everybody who's in very different time zones than the US. Hello to you in Germany. and in the UK. Hang in there, take care of yourselves, get some sleep too. Have some food. All right. And so now, warning, your messages in this chat will be recorded and later posted publicly on YouTube. This is our screen for some warnings. And so there's not going to be anything, we can't go back and redact things. The way that it's recorded is just going to be the way that it appears on YouTube. Also, this is an all ages area. Please keep your chat rated G. Adult content this is not the place for it. And also, once again, I encourage other people to record this panel too. If you know how to use OBS, not OBS apparently, more people recording means a higher chance that at least one recording will survive and will come out without getting wrecked by technical difficulties of one kind or another, because there's always some of them. And also, eye strain warning. The theme, everything that you try to do to make things be accessible, there's always a flip side of it that it'll be less accessible in some other way. I use a lot of typefaces in this that are accessible for people with dyslexia or low vision. But on the other hand, as part of trying to do this theme of making it... Wait, Chimeras isn't seeing the slides? Is anybody else not seeing the slides? Okay, some people see the slides, and some people can't. I wonder if that might be a limitation
Shouldn't be.
from Discord.
We're at 690, I think, for the amount of people we can have.
Okay. If you cannot see the slides, I posted in the panel questions chat, I posted a link to the slides, so you can try following along with them in there. Right, yes, thank you for the person who posted a link to that in the chat. Okay, someone in the chat is recommending that I leave and rejoin.
You didn't start the
Oh yeah, I'm not the one who started the stage. Yeah, I'm currently on the warning slide. That's slide number 3. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll announce it when I move on to the next slide, just to make it easier to follow.
If you need to leave, I can bring you back up.
Okay,
I don't think that would work unless the whole stage was ended, is the problem. But I don't know why some people can access it and some people can't.
Yeah, that's...
That makes me think that it might be a client side rather than your side.
For folks that can't see the slides, are you sitting in the audience in the stage, so you're not on like the blue screen where it says waiting to enter stage?
In Dog Void, this is supposed to be an hour-long panel to give us lots of space for audience discussion. Thank you for boosting the server, Dessler.
Okay, so it looks like disconnecting and reconnecting from the stage twice fixed it for Sephora.
Okay, yeah, Wonderlight is seeing what we're seeing here. That's how it's supposed to look. And meanwhile, Chimeras has black screen, and I know Chimeras knows how to do this because you are so practiced at doing this. And other people are seeing just a black screen, just like how Chimeras is. Yeah, a bunch of people. Okay. Okay, what do you think we should do? Shall we try Shall I move out of the seat so you can try and do it?
Okay, you're fine. We've been closer than this. It's fine. All right. Oh, that's the wrong button.
Okay, BRB, everybody.
Let's try. How about now?
Oh, okay. Paige tried something different. Okay, is anybody who okay for Kai? It's still seeing nothing. Okay, so that didn't fix it for Kai. For chimeras, Sarah still has it blank.
Stream failed to start.
Yeah, we have a pretty big audience too. 141 in audience.
Might be Discord, people are saying.
Yeah, it might be Discord.
Video viewer timeout or connection failure. Fix it by turning off the advanced screen capture setting in Discord, toggling hardware acceleration, clearing your local app cache, or disabling any active VPN connections.
Yes, thank you for blessing Paige when they sneezed. Many-eyed cryptid. That was a sneeze. Huh, stream failed to start, error 2012. Is that what you showed us, Julian? I think that's what I'm seeing. Error 2007? So you're not all getting the same error message even.
Yeah, unfortunately, this seems like it's an issue with other people's Discords. I'm not sure how much we can help.
Yeah, reconnecting might not fix this. From my side. Yeah. Okay. Well, everybody's being able to hear the audio okay, right? Well, actually, if you couldn't hear me, you wouldn't answer that question, would you? Okay, Chimeras has good audio, even though there's no stream image. Some people are saying try reconnect, and other people are saying not to bother.
I mean, we can leave him. We can give it a shot.
Okay, all right, we'll give it a shot. Okay, BRB, everyone.
Now you're just left with me.
We're right back.
No!
Okay, we're gonna do share screen. All right. Womp.
Oh, popped up for me.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Julian can see it, and can Chimeras see it?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fixed it without too much bother. Okay.
We have been granted vision.
You've been granted vision. Paige, how do we navigate back without goofing things up?
There.
Okay.
I'm
all
very
right.
smart.
Okay. So, starting over again for folks who couldn't see the slides. Every year it's something. Exactly, Sephora. Okay, so that's slide 1. Alterhumans always learning. And then slide 2, we're just briefly catching up for folks who couldn't see it. Can you all still see it now that I advanced? The person in the background is my partner, Paige.
Hi.
Paige is helping with the computer setup because they are very practiced at this. But who is Paige? Yeah. Paige, who are you?
I'm a dog.
What are we?
We're chilling.
Okay, can everyone see the second slide? We didn't lose it by advancing slides, right? Good. Okay, we're going to keep on going, picking up where we left off. We saw this slide 2, and we were on to the warning slide. So yeah, eye strain warning. We're going to have lots of bright colors as part of doing sort of notebook theme with highlighter colors and stuff like that. And also, importantly, don't be a party pooper. OtherCon is a rare and fun event, so please don't use this space to quarrel with or criticize others. Don't harsh the vibe. Um, we will refer to some professional areas that have been in the domain of organizations and organizers in our communities. But I'm not going to name or endorse any of them. You're going to recognize some where you're like, oh, yeah, I've heard of a group that did this or a person who did that. And I don't want the audience to get off track and start talking about criticisms of those organizations or groups or endorsements or non-endorsements of them. So we're just going to stay focused on the areas of study and areas of work themselves. Um, you can have your own opinions, but just save those for some other time. For right now, during this once-a-year event, we're here to celebrate and figure out how to empower ourselves and each other to get through what challenges us. Okay. Advance to slide 4 in case there's anybody in the audience who's following along on the separate PowerPoint instead. And also, since I'm trying to keep an eye on chat and respond to chat during the presentation, I will ask for people to please not do too much spam or large images. No safe for work Sasuke, please, because then it all goes by and I might miss an important question that somebody had for me, or maybe somebody else telling me about a technical issue that I needed to know about. Okay, and so here is the description we had for our panel that you might have seen um, in the schedule. And I'm just going to read it out to you. So the title is Alterhumans Always Learning. And our summary is, which name does a plural system want on their diploma? What memory made an elf choose their trade school? Why would a wolf think about dropping out, and what do they do instead? This is a crowdsourced presentation about the role of alterhumanity in our educations and many different paths of learning throughout life. The audience can share their opinions and advice via chat and polls. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to stay on top of polls, though. That was an idea I had originally for making it be more manageable. We'll see. It may be more loose than that. I don't know. Orion Scribner, that's me, guides this panel through discussion prompts about topics such as learning disabilities, study skills, self-education, higher education, vocational schools, alternatives, and more. Inspire each other to never stop learning. All right, on to slide 5 about the lecturer, or actually discussion facilitator. Um, so I really wish that this was a presentation. I would love to see someone do a lecture about this topic who does have professional experience in education, such as an academic advisor or a teacher, someone who can dish out the secrets about how to navigate a wide variety of paths through learning. But that's not what this presentation is. I'm just an ordinary little dragon with no professional background in education. I simply have the same need to keep learning things as all the rest of you have, and learning is a part of everyone's life. And that's where all of you come in. Instead of a lecture, this is an audience participation panel. I'm going to try and share as much useful information as I had that I had available to give, but you know, it's just different because I'm not a professional in this field. And I'll give this hour some structure and guide us through some topics that are important to cover, and I'll have a few tips of my own here and there, but for the most part, all of you in chat will have opportunities to fill in those spaces with all of your own voices. You can share the advice that you wish you'd had sooner, the reasons why you think your own favorite path less traveled through education would be a great fit for other folks to try too. Ask if others have solutions for where you're stuck so you can get back on track to pursuing your dreams, and share your 2 bits through some polls. And so I'm not staff at OtherCon. I'm not running any Alterhuman organization or nonprofit. I'm a cartoonist. I've made There, which was really not even that long of a comic. And I also made the OtherCon timeline many years ago. Although that was did make a very useful starting point for a lot of other people's wonderful writing. And also, I am a real person using my actual real voice coming out of the same mouth that I use to kiss my partner. At one of my previous panels, somebody thought my voice was AI generated. No AI generation was used in this. This is entirely Alterhuman made. And this is about you. You are in charge of your own life decisions in education. I am pointing my little green dragon claw at you all. Some of you are coming up with funnier jokes in chat, but I'm not that rude. So this is an audience-focused panel about you and exploring your options for thriving as an alterhuman. You get to share with others similar to yourselves about what you've learned. And briefly, I assume everybody in the audience knows this already, but I want to always include something like this. What is alterhumanity? That particular term is not even one of our older terms that we have, although it is over 10 years old now. That term was coined by Leo of the Crossroads system, who has had a few name changes if you think you've heard a different name. That was coined in 2014 as Leo described it, a category of personal identity which encompasses identification that is alternative to the common societal idea of humanity. It's an opt-in umbrella term for people who identify as non-humans, human fictional characters, plural systems, etc., if they feel that idea describes themselves. So it's not being applied to people who don't want it. And also, some people, it's not entirely a synonym for non-human. It's non-humans and also other people who experience humanity in a way that's alternative to the common societal idea of it. And you can find articles, you can find blog posts by the person who coined it and by other people exploring more about the full scope of that term. And you can check out Ronnie's panel from OtherCon 2022 that goes into a lot more depth about the history of each of the terms that could be under that umbrella term: otherkin, therianthrope, even plural systems. Not all plural systems consider themselves also alterhuman, but it's for the convenience of having one word instead of having to say an entire list each time of everybody who it could apply to. It's a useful umbrella term to be able to use just for conciseness. And so that's kind of how I'm using it here. Yep, it's an opt-in label. Moving on to slide 8. What is an education? We are doing some really basic term definitions, but actually there is a lot more depth into what each of them means than you might assume necessarily. So in general, an education conventionally follows a path like this up to some point. I based this chart on the levels of academic degree, really simplified and loosely derived from the International Standard Classification of Education. Many important details may differ depending on your region and more. The biggest regional difference I found in how schools are divided up by the year and how people name those different stages of school. The biggest differences were all in secondary education. And also some of the things that seem like they're commonly assumed. So like there's a common assumption that college comes first and then university happens after that. And it turns out there's so many exceptions for it that it's just more universally applicable to such a degree that that can be to say secondary education and tertiary education. So that's going to be the language that I use during this. And aside from that, most of this chart should look familiar to folks internationally and to the US as well. Yeah, college and university can be two different things, but then there are universities that are basically colleges and vice versa. You can look at the Wikipedia articles about college and university, and they'll talk about some of the wiggliness that it gets into about that. So ordinarily, primary education, that's what some of us would know as like elementary. Secondary education is like junior high or middle school, and an ending with high school, and lots of different names for it. And then undergraduate education is up to a bachelor's degree, but it can also include something else that's like a 2-year education for like an associate's degree or something. And very, very few people actually progress on to getting a doctorate or other advanced degrees like that unless that's something that's specifically necessary for the kind of career that they want to get into. So that's a big part of the message here that I'm trying to get at, is that that kind of progression is right for some careers. It is the right thing for some careers, but it's not one size fits all. And you need to figure out what you want out of your life and your education, and what works for you and what you want to do, and find the path through education that helps get you there. And I think that this is something that we don't really get taught in school as that much. We don't really get taught about our freedom of choice about where we can go with this. I don't know, maybe some academic advisors, maybe some school programs do a lot better about telling us about the personal agency that we have in making these choices, about how we shape our lives, the courses of our careers, and a lot of what we learn about and explore and discover is important to us. So I want to be really clear that I'm not saying that going through a conventional education is I'm saying that it's up to you. I'm not saying stay in school or do a conventional education, and I'm not saying do an alternative education or drop out. I'm saying you need to figure out what is right for you. And there may be a lot of options out there that would really work for you for what you want to do that you don't know about yet. So that's something important to explore. Um, So, in this diagram, we added in some other side paths. Even during primary and secondary education, you can enroll in college classes. There may be programs available to you that are college classes, and that's great for people who feel like they can't stand school because it's not challenging them enough and they're not learning enough. You can just enroll in some college classes. You just have to jump through a lot of bureaucratic loops, ask the offices of your school. It may work together with other schools to make that possible. Um, and then there's also unschooling. We go into more detail about what that is in the next slide. Um, and even if you're not in an actual school institution, you can still get the certification and experience that you need to do what you want, depending on what it is. There's some things where you do need it to be certified, like if you're going to become a doctor or an attorney, you need that kind of education. But a lot of other things, it may not actually be that important. And I mean, like, then there are lots of interesting exceptions to the rule. You can probably think of some interesting biographies of people who didn't go through the conventional route and ended up being really good at thinking outside of the box because of it. There's also apprenticeships and vocational and trade schools. I wish that I could have gone into more depth about the vocational and trade schools like I wanted to. Yeah, unschooling is different from homeschooling. Azure, I saw mentioning unschooling. So that's what we get to next. And there's also mentorship, field work, and lifelong learning, and student cooperatives and salons. A salon is where you get a group of people together at a cafe or meeting up in a friend's house or something like that, to work on their projects together and share what they've learned with each other. And that was a really important factor in things like the development, a lot of the important art movements of the past century or two. Those were developed in salons. And that's just the word for them. It doesn't mean a hair salon. Okay, so unschooling, it's not the same thing as homeschool. Homeschool tends to have, especially in the US, an association with a religious education or an education that's trying to emulate the structure of school, but in a home. Whereas unschooling is about thinking outside the box entirely and going completely free range. I wish I could keep up with the chat as well as I wanted to. It's going pretty fast, and I'm having to talk and read at the same time too. The YouTube channel for the recording afterwards will be on the OtherCon YouTube channel. Just search for OtherCon on YouTube and you'll find it. And once again, it's not that an education, it's all about finding the right education for you and for what you need and what you're trying to do with your life. It's all about having personal agency in your life choices. So unschooling is free-form, self-directed learning outside of a standard institution without imitating one. And so that works really well for certain careers that don't require certification through a school program. Like, for example, in secondary education, um, you get a lot of experience that is outside of a school, and then just take a test to get a certification that's the equivalent of a diploma. And the same thing for a lot of other fields where you don't actually need a degree in a higher level of education, like you don't necessarily need an English major to write. Um, there are a lot of more specific examples about that in the two books that I'm showing. The Teenage Liberation Handbook is a good one about unschooling secondary education. That's by Grace Llewellyn. And the other one I just read recently for tertiary education is Hacking Your Education by Dale Stevens. And some of the ways that experience can be, it can be dirt cheap, like just relying really heavily on the public library and other people in your family and community who have a lot that they can teach, um, and internet resources and stuff like that. Or it can be something really expensive and luxurious, with like world travel, or enrolling in special courses and things like that, that are outside of a school institution in and of themselves. So you can really fit it to your needs. It's not something where it has to be expensive necessarily, but it can be if that's something that's an option for you. Um, and it does help if you're somebody who you can do it if you're very introverted or very extroverted. I'm not doing very well sticking my time here. We're already at we did spend a while on troubleshooting at the beginning of this. Um, you can touch with or studying the same areas that you want to, and put together organized study groups on your own. And you have to be a really voracious learner, very self-directed, um, very much knowing what it is you want to study and being really creative about finding ways that you can learn that information. Like seeking out writing to people who are experts in the field that you're interested in and asking if they can be a pen pal with you, or if you can go out for a cup of coffee and they can and you can ask them a bunch of questions and take notes about, pick their brain about what they know. Um, and mentorships that can be a more formal arrangement or apprenticeship. Um, or skill shares where you have like a mutual aid thing going on where you're teaching somebody else some skills and they're teaching you. Which could be like you have an older member of your community who's teaching you skills that are difficult to get now, like um, uh, uh, fiber arts or bookbinding, or skills that are otherwise difficult to get. Like you're not going to find people in a college teaching bookbinding anymore, really. Um, and and then meanwhile, you would be doing a mutual thing of teaching that older person about technologies that are newer that that person wouldn't know about. Um, so like those are some of the ways that you can do a really free range education. It's not trying to emulate the structure of a school by like sitting at a desk with a blackboard in the front of your room, and it's just that it's at home. Um, and it's also something where it's not necessarily anything to do with your religion or the way that homeschooling tends to get thought of as being something that's very conservative, trying to protect children from becoming too worldly in the public educations. And public education is also one of those terms that's different from one region to the next, so I was trying to avoid it, but I'm doing my best here with how much international variation there is. Moving on to slide 11. So here's how to get the best from any form of education and lifelong learning. It works in unschooling, it works in conventional education, whatever kind of education it is. These are skills that will help make it work. Um, so arranging informational interviews, I was just describing some of those. Finding and building study groups, becoming an expert at using libraries. Your library may have classes you can go through, and it may have a lot of training on its website. Usually you can ask at the information desk about how to use their catalog. And a fun question you can always ask at a library is, what are some really unusual things that they have in their collection other than books? Like sometimes you can check out paintings or vegetable seeds that you plant, and then you bring back the seeds that you harvested. There's all kinds of neat stuff that you can do through a library that you would never know about unless if you go out of your way to ask and learn about it. Um, and then getting better at reading and listening. Those are all things where we think we kind of know how to do them, but actually going out of your way to learn more about how to do them, you can discover so much and find out that you were really missing a lot. Um, uh, Everybody recommends How to Read a Book, um, which is itself a book. I don't know, it's kind of meta. And getting better at listening, which might be learning how to take notes, which is like, gosh, learning how to take notes is and pay attention to lectures. That could be there's a learning curve there. And experimenting with new study skills. If you were taught how to take notes in a particular kind of way, or you weren't really taught at all, experiment with different styles of doing it until you find one that really clicks with you. And in time management, I really don't want to spend on too much time on this part of the panel that's more general before we get into the more specifically Alterhuman topics. But these are really good things for everybody to know about that you might not have really thought about, or might not have been taught about. Or they're newer. Like for time management, the Pomodoro method, that's where you use a Pomodoro timer, a kitchen timer that's shaped like a tomato. And you set it at particular intervals for how long you're supposed to work for, like, 25 minutes, and then a 5-minute break, and then back for another 25 minutes, stuff like that. You can do variations on it, but if you look up the Pomodoro method, you can find apps that help you manage it if you want to automate it more than a regular old-fashioned kitchen timer. Yes, Logan, that's a good point. Maker spaces are great. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about here. Um, and in Franklin Covey planners and other kinds of planners that come with a lot of the calendar pre-built for you to start filling out so you have that structure for your time management. For some people that really helps. For some people it clicks better if you're writing your plan on paper, and for other people it is a lot more practical doing it electronically on your phone, because you always have it with you. You really just have to experiment with it and find out what works for you and what just ends up getting forgotten or being too much work for you. Um, Bullet journaling is another method that you can try looking up for doing a planner on paper. Um, and wall calendars are great because if you're always forgetting about your planner in your phone, your wall calendar is always up on your wall. And so, it's within your field of vision. Maybe you'll notice it more. Um, and then there are a lot of gamified apps for time management, like Habitica, which is role-playing game themed, or Finch, which is virtual pet themed. Habitica is, I think it was kind of the first one that really went into depth about it. Finch is newer, but it's been really popular for the last couple of years. And then also accountability buddies and body doubling. If the only thing that really helps you focus is having another human being holding you accountable, you can figure out ways to do that, even if it's remotely over the phone or over chat. Um, you can just kind of be there and be like, hey, did you do your assignment? Or we can sit together and each be working on our assignments separately, just being kind of together, having kind of a study environment going on. So yeah, keep experimenting until you find what works for you. Um, and also I wanted to drop in here just briefly. being a gifted student, if you were a gifted student, these study skills are, this is going to be one of the things that you want to pay more attention to if you were a gifted student, because gifted students expect learning new things to come naturally and easily to them. And one of the downsides is that the first time they try to do something that doesn't come naturally to them, they just accept defeat and think they'll never be any good at it. Being bad at something can even make them feel like they've lost their sense of self. So they don't really think of it as being like, oh, this is just to quote Jake from Adventure Time, how's it go? Sucking at something?
Sucking at something is the first step to being kind of good at something.
Thank you, Paige. And like, God, that's such a good line though. Really, really important to build that attitude of like, it's okay to be bad at something if you've never done it before. And so for gifted students, they don't quite realize that they just need to study because they have to go out of their way to learn how to study. So even if you think that you've got it, look further into these study skills and give them each a chance, and see what kind of magic they can work for you when you actually try to figure out new strategies and experiment. All right, and here's one of the other big challenges with education, especially tertiary education, affording it. Regardless of what your skills are, what are your other resources? And like usually people start talking about like budgeting and frugality and the latte factor, and how if you just didn't buy a latte, you would be able to afford getting through college and buying a home. And that's really isn't the whole picture. It is important to learn how to budget and to differentiate between needs and wants, but that's not the whole picture. And for some people, their resources are so tight that there is no latte factor for some people.
There wasn't for me.
And yeah. So yeah, the avocado toast line, that was a meme from quite a few years ago, where there was a millionaire who said that millennials would be able to afford a home in college if only they would not spend so much on avocado toast. But here we're pretending Marie Antoinette said it, so that's why I photoshopped this. It's not AI. I just photoshopped two pictures they had on Wikimedia Commons where the pose just happened to line up perfect. So if you're going through a conventional education, you can reach out to your school financial advisor and find out about grants and scholarships. You could be, I don't remember off the top of my head who said that, but if you search avocado toast, you'll find it. I mean, if you want to shame that millionaire some more, then he's already been, that's now his most famous thing he's ever said, probably. I don't remember his name. Grants and scholarships, those are definitely things to exhaust those possibilities. There may be some that you just would have to know, you wouldn't know about them unless if you asked. And then there are like checking out different options for schools too. Publicly funded schools tend to have lower tuition fees, and some regions have cheaper or free schools. Some people will even move to a different country because the universities are free there. So if that sounds like something, it sounds like an adventure that would be about right for you, maybe. Just do a web search to find out what some of those places are. I'm not going to have a whole list of them here. And I don't doubt that it'll change from one time to the next anyway. But that's also a way that they can try to get new immigrants in. So, fresh blood, things like that. It can be really good for the economy to have affordable educations and having people afford to come out with advanced skills and certifications and stuff. And alternative education may be cheaper or free, like unschooling. You can do unschooling dirt cheap, and for some paths there have been the book that I showed, Hacking Your Education. A lot of the people interviewed in that book talk about how they realized that they would be totally foolish to be paying a whole lot for an education that wasn't actually necessary for the experience that they wanted. So you have to weigh those things and make sure that you're actually making a choice that makes sense. That's the find out which ones are the best option for getting you there. Um, and some employers offer tuition reimbursement, but one of the catches is that if you are trying to save money on education by switching schools, that can actually also end up costing more too. And also coming back after a hiatus, like if you went away from school to work for a while and then come back, um, that may end up that you're having to pay more because of having to make up differences in credits. Things can change between schools and it can change in the same school just after only a few months passed. As little as a few months. Um, so that's something to watch out for that I don't really see people warn about adequately. Um, and then also, this is like, I feel like this is the one good line that I liked from the Rich Dad Poor Dad book. I feel kind of about it as financial advice otherwise, but one of the lines that they have in there is to, instead of telling yourself, I can't afford it, which is a very poverty conscious kind of attitude that is about just assuming that a lot of paths and a lot of options in your life are just locked off for you. Um, Go into it like you're asking a question. How can I afford it? And changing your attitude won't fix everything, but it can help stop you from being blind to things that um, other options that you otherwise might not have considered. Asking more questions really worthy as part of making your education happen and your lifelong learning possible. And then also thinking for yourself is really important for learning and choosing what you want to do with your life. How do you think for yourself and what does thinking for yourself look like? So I actually had a lot more examples of this that I came up with brainstorming about this and just trying to figure out what that means because I didn't find any articles that really seemed like they answered the question that I was trying to ask here. Ironically, I guess. um, so, like, for some examples of what not thinking for yourself looks like, it can be too flexible or too inflexible, letting other people change your minds too easily or not easily enough, and cognitive offloading, which is where you have another person or authority figure or chat GPT make your decisions for you or do your research for you. There was a study that found that people who do cognitive offloading in the study of having an AI solve math problems for them, there was a huge difference in how much, after they did that for even just 10 minutes, they just gave up on even thinking about how to solve those same problems for themselves. Whereas the control group who didn't use ChatGPT were about as determined to solve the problems on their own through the whole exercise. So those are a lot of thinking for yourself, and not a lot of what not thinking for yourself comes down to does come down to some form or another of one or the other of these two things of cognitive offloading, like just assuming an authority figure knows the right thing for you already. Um, I'm concerned about how much time we have, but was originally hoping that we could explore a little bit more about, you know, like, okay, yeah, I can ask the audience. What are some examples, chat, just briefly, fire one off in chat, each of you, or something like that. What are some examples of what you think it looks like when somebody is not thinking for themselves? Yeah, you can use personal examples. Just keep it short enough, just because chat is gonna be slowing down. Yeah, I see trusting someone else's unverified personal gnosis over your own, letting your partner make decisions for you, being impulsive, um, just parroting things without understanding them, relying on what's trendy to inform decisions. I'm just reading off some of the things Chad is saying. You're doing great, folks. Only getting answers from one source. Looking for sources that agree with you only. Yeah. Not questioning authority. Seeing one obstacle and assuming there's no way forward automatically. Never really being interested in why or how of things. And there's gonna be more in chat than I can read off here. This chat transcript will probably be interesting to read back through later. That's usually what happens with other con. There's usually more in chat than you can keep up with during the panel. There just isn't enough time. So I'm going to move on to the other one. What are the examples of thinking for yourself? And so some of the examples that I was coming up with as like some of the main categories of it, thinking for yourself. It's not just nerdy stuff like spotting logical fallacies and critical thinking and stuff like that. It's not just logic. That's not the whole thing. Logic is logic. Thinking for yourself is another thing. You can be very logical and not really thinking for yourself. Um, Thinking for yourself can be working out informed opinions, like you're really questioning it, and yeah, that can go along with logic, but you know, it's okay to have your feelings involved in it too. Um, and your feelings are important here in thinking for yourself, because it's like knowing your own likes and not just what's popular, and not just what other people tell you to think. And it's about being okay with having different views than others. In chat, you all can go ahead and give some more examples of what you think it looks like when people are thinking for themselves. Um, Actually looking for primary answers, refusing to leave your why phase, questioning societal norms. Um, Yeah, maintaining a strong opinion even if it's unpopular, but also, not just having a strong opinion because it's unpopular either. Just being reactionary also isn't the same thing as you're still having other people shape your opinions if you're doing that. I'm not saying that's what you said, that's also one of the, um that's also one of the, rebounds that you have to watch out for if you're trying to figure out how to do this. Admitting when you make a mistake, yeah, recognize being able to change your mind when you actually find out that you were wrong, but not being so willing to change your mind that you're like accepting criticism from people whose opinions you don't even respect. Or um oh, who was it who said uh never take advice from somebody who you wouldn't want to be. I feel like that was in one of I think that was in one of Bornstein's books. Was that in Hello Cruel World? Getting better at tolerating uncertainty and discomfort, reading multiple sources, synthesizing them for where they're coming from, and seeing if you agree with any of them or not. Yeah. Um, yeah. So, like, that's part of developing an informed opinion is by reading the facts from reliable sources and listening to both sides. Both sides can be opinionated. Facts aren't supposed to be so opinionated. Um, And like also sometimes both sides of a particular issue, it's pretty clear that even if one of them sounds like it's making a better case, it's not the right side. But that's something you need to find out about. I recommend checking out the book series. Oh, I haven't had enough sleep. Not point counterpoint. What's the name of the series where they show both they have anthologies of essays where they'll have an essay from an expert with one side of a contentious opinion and then another essay showing the other side of it from somebody else who's an expert who generally has the other view. They have lots of it's a really good book series. Shoot, every college library has it. Opposing viewpoints. Thank you so much, Logan. I think that might be it. Yeah, we all always lose a lot of sleep during OtherCon. Don't be like me, y'all. Finish your panels months in advance. Get lots of sleep before OtherCon. Take good care of yourselves. Drink lots of water. And think for yourselves. So we're moving on to the next section here is about learning disabilities and similar challenges. Like I said, there are some things that are not exactly learning disabilities, but they kind of are, like being a gifted student, or if you learn English as a second language, or if you're otherwise bilingual, that can also be, other things that trip you up in your education, even though it's not exactly a learning disability. And also other things that are, you know what I'm saying. This is a pretty broad category. So and also there are definitely people who talk about their Alterhumanity connecting with their disability. We're going to have a few more slides here that go into some more detail about a couple of learning disabilities. I wanted to have one about autism, but I didn't have a slide about that. But they're because they're Alterhumans, where their autism is connected with their Alterhumanity, and both of those are core parts of who they are. But meanwhile, there is also that study about the Therians. Let's see, was that by Helen Clegg et al? Therianthropy and schizotypy. That one talked about that one had some actual study into autism and alterhumanity, and there's some sources about that now, but only a little, just to start. Yeah, dyscalculia. That is a learning disability that makes it hard to do math. Um, uh, I've gone searching for resources about dyscalculia, and I'm not really satisfied with much that I've found. A lot of it is about going for what's called a Singapore math or maths style of education, where they use more physical manipulatives, they call them, physical objects or diagrams that help you have a more visual and physical kinesthetic approach to math, instead of having it all just be abstract numbers. Um, that helps you build up the strength to be able to do it, instead of just diving straight into where it's abstract and difficult to even get started. That's more for primary and secondary education, but if you're struggling with it as an adult, go back and look at that and see if you can get some stuff that clicks for you better. Um, right, there can also be a lot of learning disabilities that go together, and it can make it difficult to pin down which one or which ones you have. A few people in chat mentioned that. Doing my best to keep up. All right. ADHD. I have a little bit more information about this, so I actually have a slide for it. We've got a graphic of medication and better habits, shaking hands with each other. Oddly enough, I'm seeing this slide is displaying with the emoji covered up on one screen and not covered up on the other. I wonder why the layout's different. So attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, is a neurodevelopmental difference that makes it hard to choose what you do with your energy, focus, and time. ADHD itself interferes with choosing better habits. ADHD medication helps clear away extra thoughts that get in the way of your focus and makes all your work feel much easier. Not just feel easier, it is easier. If you get unwanted side effects from ADHD medication, just try one of the other zillion brands or formulations of them until you find your Goldilocks pill with zero side effects that bother you, which should be possible. Keep track of kinds you've tried in a journal or spreadsheet. Remembering to take a pill every morning and remembering whether you took it are exactly the kinds of things that ADHD makes difficult. So that's why we have a picture here of a timer lid that you can put on your pill bottle, which automatically shows the last time you opened the lid. You can buy timer lids from a drugstore, chemist, or online catalog. If there's one lifesaver you get out of this panel, I hope it's one of these. They should be really cheap too. There are different styles. Some of them make a you can also get ones that have like an alarm built into them, like they'll make a noise at a particular time you set. So lifestyle changes and accommodations are always important for living successfully with ADHD. Medication doesn't stop that, but it helps make it possible for you to practice the better habits that you want in the first place. So if you think that you have ADHD, and you're kind of on the edge, not sure, you've been scared of choosing trying out medications just because you know you want to be careful with your health and are leery of medication. Do some reading about it on I might be able to post some links after the chat. But yeah, consider it. Look into it some more. So, audience members with ADHD, what are some of the lesser known survival tips that you wish more people with ADHD knew about?
Don't overdose on caffeine.
Don't overdose on caffeine. Thank you, thank you, Paige. That is one of the things that ADHD medication is a better way to have a stimulant that's safer because it's a slow, controlled release. That makes it safer than self-medicating with caffeine or other kinds of stimulants that you can get. Great suggestions in chat. If it's worth doing, it's worth doing shittily. If you can do it in 10 minutes or less, do it now. If it'll take longer, set an alarm. That's a great companion with the Pomodoro method we talked about earlier. Have a routine. Your brain will love you for it even as it fights you the whole time. Just add more trash cans. Thank you, Peggy. Yes. Yeah, there are a lot of ways that you can rearrange how things are in your home so there are less obstacles in between you and the things that you're trying to do. Because your ADHD will want to make you give up when you've done like 90% of something. You get um, an extra hurdle that you have to step over when you're almost done, and also when you're just starting. Yeah, a lot of people with ADHD respond weirdly to caffeine and stimulants. It can make you sleepy and other things like that that are like, huh, that's funny, responding to it differently than other people. It's because your body is like it's needing more stimulation. Time blindness can be intense. Use a timer and clock to help. Yeah. That's so like, yeah, double back to a lot of the time management and study tips that were in the previous slides. Having timers on your phone that go out throughout the day to remind you of the passage of time. Yeah. Yeah, and in the US, it can be very difficult to get refills of ADHD meds. So you need to get refills before you need them. Yeah, that's true. Pigeon, you're correct. That is a thing that a lot of people run into of ADHD and bipolar getting mixed up for each other. The other way around can also happen. Sometimes ADHD gets mistaken for bipolar, things like that. That's how it is with a lot of these. A lot of the learning disabilities is that there are other things that look kind of similar to them, and that can interfere with getting the right kind of help for them. So you need to, the thinking for yourself comes in here again. Reach out to professionals. You may have to look into the credentials and reputations of different mental health professionals. Um, and, it's your own life. Take control of your own life and um, pay attention to whether it seems like a diagnosis or a treatment makes sense to you. Because it may be that the next professional you go to will go like, "Holy smokes, that other therapist was completely wrong. I don't know how they got this idea." You just never know. You need to pay attention for it. You're not giving your life over to another person to make those health decisions for you when you go to a health professional. You're going to somebody who has a lot more expertise than you do, in things where you can't DIY it. But they're still not the one who's all in charge. That's still you. It's still your own life. All right, moving on to dyslexia. Formatting of this one is a little bit different for a reason. This typeface is uh, it's similar to Comic Sans. It's a little bit different one. If you've noticed that dyslexia-friendly typefaces feel significantly easier to read instead of like not really noticeable, that might be a sign that dyslexia might be part of your deal because people without dyslexia might not really notice a difference. Um, so it's also surprisingly common for people to get through their entire childhood not knowing that they have dyslexia and just going like, wow, I get really bad at grades, I read slowly, I just must not be very smart. And then um and then ending up with like low esteem and just not having very high expectations for themselves. It's really sad how that can happen. People just don't necessarily get the help they need with finding out that that's what their deal is. So it's weird. Oh, I didn't use Open Dyslexic, and a lot of people with dyslexia I've talked to about it have all said that they really hated it, which is weird because the design reasoning behind Open Dyslexic being easier to read for people with dyslexia, it all makes sense. I don't understand it, but meanwhile, Comic Sans is okay, and that's not what it was even designed for. The font I'm showing is this is Comic Sans MS. So it's like a slightly different version of Comic Sans, I guess. But some of the other dyslexia-friendly fonts are Arial, Tahoma, or Verdana. And there are a couple of different ones. Like there's Open Dyslexic, and then there's also Dyslexie, which have like a heavier base, and none of the letters are rotations of each other. It has all these tricks that sound like it should help. If you're wondering what Open Dyslexic looks like, you can do a search for it right now, or like right after this. Um, Nebula, you're right. One of the things that helps is using a ruler or a straight edge or a bookmark to have under each line of text while you're reading. Um, uh, so like the flip side of dyslexia is that you are really, really good, way better than the average person at rotating 3D shapes in your head, and that can make you like. I know it's considered kind of less popular now to talk about a learning disability or a disability having a flip side that's a superpower, but like this one kind of legit is because if you're good at rotating 3D shapes in your head, that means that you're really good at repairing and building things and engineering and inventing. It's just that your brain wants to rotate things like they're 3D objects that it's not supposed to, like letters. It just wants to rotate the things so bad, you guys. Yeah, mixing up letters and verbal speech can also happen as part of dyslexia. Um, it's one of those things where maybe you also do that. Um, there is a fair amount of variation of it. Sephora, thank you for posting a picture of what Open Dyslexic looks like in the chat so folks can see it. Like the main letters that are sticking point are the letters lowercase Q, P, B, D, because in a lot of typefaces they're all the same rotation. They're all the same shape, just rotated. And so like if you have dyslexia, you may be pretty sure those four letters were invented to cause grief for you in particular. It's personal. Um, So reading is slow and tiring. You lose your place and forget what you read a lot. Well, the catch here is that that can also be what it looks like if somebody has impaired vision and needs glasses. The symptoms of dyslexia and vision impairment and the way they interfere with reading can both look really similar. So check them both out. If it seems like reading it makes you tired or makes your eyes hurt or gives you a headache, look into both of those possibilities. And some of the solutions for dyslexia, a few people have talked about the thing of using a ruler under the text while they're reading. Some of the other things people talk about are using a color background. So that's what I did here. Having it be like light green or something like that for some reason is easier with dyslexia than black on white or vice versa. And you can put a tinted plastic sheet over a book to get the same effect. Um,
Orion
yes.
got like maybe 10.
What? Oh no, I haven't even gotten to the Alterhuman part. What? Okay. Um, so I was gonna go into more stuff about this, but we're gonna move on. Um, so if you're not sure if you have a disability or deserve accommodations, there are a couple of concepts here that are important. One of them is the curb cut effect, which is that things that were created to help people to be more accessible for people with disabilities just tend to be a better design for everybody all around, or for a lot of other people who weren't the intended audience. So like a curb cut where it has a ramp down from the sidewalk onto the street. That can also be helpful for people with strollers and shopping carts, or even just anybody who doesn't want to trip and fall on their face while they're going across a crosswalk. Um, and the other concept that's important here is brain cousins, which is a phrase that comes from the autistic advocacy movement, which is where there are people with other conditions that aren't connected to yours, they're not part of the same deal, but things that help them, the things that help people with autism can also help help people with these other conditions. They just kind of have certain things that similar needs, similar solutions. Like autism is not the same thing as schizophrenia or dementia, but tools that are helpful for people with autism, they would often find that they would share that with people with these other conditions, and it was helpful for them too. So there's a sense of solidarity that's a lot better than a sense of exclusion or a sense of scarcity about resources. Developing and sharing these resources for people with disabilities are better for everybody. Um, like the world would be a better place if everybody knew sign language. It would be super helpful for a lot of people who are not deaf, because there's so many applications of it. Like you can use it underwater, through a window, all kinds of stuff like that. And it would also make it so the person who has impaired hearing or is deaf or capital D deaf um, can go about their day and go about the same errands as everybody else with no obstacle. So I really wanted to go into a lot more detail about this, but I hope you all will like think more about this later, because this is where things get really interesting with disability accommodations. But now we're finally moving on to the Alterhuman part of this panel, which is supposed to be the second half of it. I didn't time myself for this. Um, so, oh, sorry, I didn't click advance on this screen too. Oop. Oh my gosh, I didn't click advance on this screen either. Wow. Anyway, you were supposed to have seen this screen. I had two screens and it confused me. Um, all right, challenges and solutions for plural systems in education. And several people have said they are really interested in this question. Which system member chooses your major or gets named on your diploma? And that's something only your system can figure out, but it is something that is a thing that plural systems have to think about, or do find themselves having to figure out among themselves. And then there's also, with plurality, time management, hardcore mode. And also, like, that's honestly that's the main solution, and that's also the main challenge. I see in chat folks are I was really wanting to spend some time on this part of the panel. Like, okay, I see people in the chat talking about deciding on their legal name and host's name as a name of the bachelor's degree. Thank you, Nebula. Dragon says, in terms of management, takes so much more notes than you think you need to. Whatever name is going on the CV is what Dreamspace says. Oh yeah, yeah. With memory problems, time management is also hardcore mode. So it's like, yeah, there's just learn about just learn about a lot of these time management skills. Keep exploring them and keep throwing the spaghetti at the wall until it sticks. Which I'm not sure is a phrase of speech that's that widely used, but I had a trainer who used it. Um, yeah, burnout can be a big challenge for plural systems because of that. Um, Balancing responsibilities. Yeah, communication is key. Thank you, Elder Hedgehog. Um, Yeah, it can be a lot like doing a group project in school, which is also something that folks tend to get thrown into without much training about how it's done. But it does come down to figuring out who is not only the best at particular things, but is happiest to do them, or is interested in practicing and learning how to get better at them. Yeah, trauma triggers in school, that can also be a factor here. There's so many factors in this, and I really wished we could have gone into more depth about it. Um, right. So, like, this is also a big part of why I was talking about alternative paths through education, is that if you're working with a lot of challenges, with learning disabilities or plurality, um, and the intersection of all of these things, um, it may be worth looking into alternative forms of education that can be more flexible with the setting and with time management. And no, we're not going to delay the next panel. That's Chimera's panel. Maybe we'll pick up. I don't know. Maybe we can find out about doing the other part of this panel at a different time. Just doing it in split parts.
Come back after Kai's camp.
Come back after Kai's panel. Um, Yeah, Vanitas says a lot of the system is interested in the same things career-wise, and that's wonderful. Um, that can be very, very practical if you like have a family resemblance in what you like altogether as a system. Um, uh, or it may be a situation where there are big differences in what people want to pursue. We should probably return to the same slide when we yes, Nebula, I'd appreciate if somebody else could give Dino a ping about having to do this as a part two. Because, like, I feel like there's a lot to be said here that I went looking for information about for plural systems in education, and I've heard people refer to these things, but I didn't really see a big centralized resource about it that was I don't know, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope people can send a lot of links or citations about it in like the panel questions channel or something like that. Because like I hope these resources are out there, but if not, maybe we can come together and start building them. Okay, Sephora says the schedule is open after Kai's panel, besides an art stream. So yeah, maybe I could try doing it after Kai's panel. Dragon says if you have memory issues and people front for tests that don't know anything or have poor skills and get stuck there, if you can force switch triggers, making sure people who have more memory or experience get time in front, then that can help as a stopgap also. Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, part two ought to be recorded too. So if you have to miss that part because of like I know this is a challenging schedule, especially for folks in Europe. Um, all of this should be recorded and posted on the OtherCon YouTube channel. And also a great thing about the recording is hopefully you will be able to scroll back through the chat and just read it that way slowly. Okay, is the next one starting at the hour? Okay, so we have 5 minutes left. We're thinking part 2 will be after Chimeris's panel. Tentatively, that's what we're thinking of right now. So I'm going to close the panel for now. We're just having to do this in two split parts. The part before talking about Alterhumans and the part where we start getting into resources for Alterhumans and sharing what we know about our experiences as Alterhumans in education. Yeah, sorry to folks who can't make it to that part. And thank you all so much for being here. I'm really excited to see what you all can share about your experiences that are so unique and so much needed for us to start getting resources put together where we're sharing with each other how to get through how to face our challenges together, how to um inspire each other and help each other figure out challenges in education and build the lives for ourselves that we want. It's possible, and especially if we share with each other the things that we've learned through our own struggles. Okay, we're thinking part 2 will be after Chimeras' panel, possibly, tentatively. Okay, so I'm gonna close now. Thanks so much for coming, y'all, and I'll see you a bit later. And I'll also see you at Chimeras' chat, I hope. Chimeras' presentation, because that's next. All right, see you later. There we go. And also for the record, for folks who couldn't hear, the person who swore wasn't me. That was my lovely partner, Paige, who was helping with the technical difficulties.
Can't believe you swore like that,
No,
Orion.
that
Like a
wasn't me.
sailor.
No, I don't swear. I'm a good boy. Leonidas says, I can't believe you would blame Paige for that. No,
I like that Poppy thinks you would burst into flames if you said the fuck word.
you said it again.
It's fine.
That's not the F word. Fine.
Oh.
When I was a child, I didn't know what the F word was, and I was always afraid it might be a word that I might say by mistake. I mean, what if it was something totally normal, like fish or something?
You are so cute.
All I knew was that it wasn't allowed, and you'd go to the principal's office if you said it.
Great.
Okay, we are 8 minutes in now. We have less time this time. I am going to show a little bit of the preamble again, just for folks who are joining us for the second part of this panel instead of the first part. We had to split it up because yesterday a lot of the time was taken up by technical difficulties. Sure, I have a whole hour, Nebula says, but Paige's panel is right after this, and he has to use the same computer. So I have to get out of his way. So we're looking at the table of contents for this presentation, Alterhumans Always Learning. Yesterday we covered the education and learning disabilities section of this panel, and today we're going to be moving on to the last two in this list, the Alterhuman challenges and Alterhuman inspiration. And also, I know inspiration is kind of a loaded word. I don't know if maybe somebody can come up with a better word for what I'm trying to say there. I don't know. And let's see. So once again, warnings for folks who didn't hear them last time. Remember, this is supposed to be a rated G panel.
Oops.
Thank you, Paige. Well, a lot of people couldn't hear Paige anyway. So this is an all ages area, rated G, please. There isn't really any reason to have adult topics in this panel, so we're just not doing that so that everybody can attend. And after all, a lot of the audience, a lot of the audience this is to help is most likely in secondary education and also quite a few in tertiary education. Hopefully if you're in tertiary education, you're an adult, but that's not always the case. That's not bad either. Sorry about the way I phrased that. That's not my implication. And also, don't be a party pooper. OtherCon is a rare and fun event, so please don't use this space to quarrel with or criticize others. We're not beeping anything out in post. Editing's too hard. Yeah, that's right. At the end of this panel, we're going to have to fight for the death for panel time. So there are going to be some things that we're going to refer to that have been in the domain previously of other organizations or organizers. They may sound familiar to you, but we're not going to be doing endorsements or criticisms of those organizers or organizations during this panel. This is about thinking about ways that you might be able to construct something new or join things that exist, but that's something that you need to look into outside of this space. You can have your own opinions, but save them for some other time. And during this once-a-year event, we're here to celebrate and figure out how to empower ourselves and each other to get through what challenges us. And we already saw this summary of what this panel is about. I'm just going to skip by this quickly because this was done previously. And that's me. No AI was used. I don't have academic credentials used, but I would love to see somebody do a new version of this panel who does have those credentials. That would be great. Okay, let's see. Do we have a way to skip ahead quickly? I'm just going to scroll through them like this. This panel is about you. Oops. Oh, shoot. I clicked on a thing. I forgot that was a hot link. I was afraid that might happen. Let's see. How do we do full screen from here? Oh, okay. That worked. That worked. Okay. I booby trapped myself. Okay, so if any of these are interesting to you, I'm just skipping by these quickly because they were in yesterday's part of the panel. If you're interested in them, you can listen to the recording of the panel. And yes, the slides for this were posted in panel questions Calexa asked. Yes, they were. Yes, thanks for the person who, thanks to Nebula for clicking, adding a link to the slides. So we talked a bit about learning disabilities yesterday. These are timer lids that you can have on your ADHD pills because that's great for remembering whether you took your pill or not, because ADHD is like, that's what it hates letting you keep track of. And we talked about dyslexia. And then we talked a little bit about how things that are helpful to particular learning disabilities may be helpful for other learning disabilities, and also for people who don't have learning disabilities or don't think that they do or don't think that they're disabled enough, because a lot of these accessibility improvements are just helpful for everyone or helpful for other people who just have somehow in some ways a similar deal. All right, and this is where we left off. This is the where we start getting into alterhuman issues specifically in relation to education. So for plural systems, there are some things that like are challenges specific to being a plural system as you go through your education of like which system member chooses your major or gets named on your diploma. And that's something that, you know, yesterday we started having a little bit of a chat about this. Part of why I'm doing this as more of a crowdsourced and audience-focused presentation is because there aren't really resources about this. I went looking, and I would love it if somebody could find some resources and drop links to them, or maybe somebody in the audience will be inspired to create a resource, get together with your friends and on a Google Doc and start creating the guide to being a plural system, getting through school that you need. If you do find that, or if you do create that, definitely share them here at OtherCon. That would be great. So time management is tough to learn. And especially if you have a plural system, there are lots of reasons why that's difficult. Not everybody's going to be at front all the time. They have different feelings about the things that you're studying, different skills or areas of skills. And also, memory problems often go along with being plural, and that is another way that makes time management just extreme mode, hardcore mode for plural systems. And so much of your education depends on time management in any case. So regarding, let's just work through this, some of the things on this slide a little bit with the chat. One of just starting with the which system member chooses your major or gets named on your diploma. I see in chat, Silver says the person who got your associate degree no longer exists. That's rough. And Event Horizon Library says, as for the name thing, we personally use a collective name that doesn't refer to any specific one of us. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a common solution or a common way of looking at this. Yeah, more people are pointing at that one for with the pointing finger emoji. That's also the solution that a lot of people came to. Yeah, SwiftPaw says the collective name was more the name of the vessel rather than an individual within that system. And using your legal name, yeah. And I've heard this can also be challenging for systems who would prefer not to use their legal name. That's also something that you might want to look into or inquire about your options with your educational institution. Like if the name that's being credited is really different than the one that you are known by in your work. I'm looking at chat. It is a little bit challenging when chat gets busy with a lot of plural kit use. It makes it so that it kind of bounces up and down, and it makes it really hard to read. And that's okay. I'm just explaining that's why I'm being slowed down a little bit here as I'm trying to follow this. Dreamspace is wondering about whether you can have something other than your legal name on your diploma. That would actually be a question to look into with your educational institution. Or it could also be the name that you have on dissertations and papers and things like that. I'm not saying it necessarily is an option. It's something you can inquire after more. Yeah, a couple of people are referring to a dead name as a necronym, and that's I don't remember having seen it called that before, but yeah, that is a very metal word. Purple says at their school they allow it for trans people, so I see no reason they wouldn't allow it for a system. Yeah, like I said, that's something you might want to inquire after. There may be reasons why they would see it as good reason to allow you to have a different name on there than your legal name. Yeah, I don't know how widespread. I don't think necronym is a widespread word, but it seems yeah, necro means dead, nym means name. Let's see if I can scroll up and catch up a little bit. Dragons has a summary of some new things that were mentioned in the comments before and some new stuff. It takes so much more notes than you think you need. Oh yeah, I remember that being mentioned yesterday. Pay attention to burnout issues. Do not have one guy do everything if you can avoid it. That's also good. I remember seeing that come up last night too. Do a planner bullet list to do things. Keep track of doing assignments. Exactly. Yeah. Look into some of the different types of planners until you can find one that your system really clicks with. Just like anybody else, sometimes it works better to do it on paper, and for some folks, it just works better to do it electronically or on your phone so that you always have it with you. Just experiment with different formats of planners until you have something that works with you. Another thing is having a wall calendar. is it's up on your wall. You're less likely you're less likely to forget it exists. But on the other hand, on your phone, you can have reminders that ping you. So there's a little of everything. Experiment until you find something that works or a combination of things that work. Dragon says accommodations are available if you have a diagnosis sometimes. Talk to people in charge of accommodations and such about your memory issues. You may be able to get more notes to bring to tests or more time for things. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing that accommodations, learning disability accommodations are. It's interesting that being a plural system is, especially with disordered plurality, it can be considered a disability, but even non-disordered plurality could still be similar enough to a learning disability that you could kind of consider it to be that. Sort of like how being a gifted student isn't necessarily the same thing as a learning disability, but effectively it can be like that, or for people who are bilingual, that can also be sort of like a learning disability, even though it's not technically. So look into what kind of accommodations might work for you, and make use of what works for you. Don't feel like things are shut off to you. I'm scrolling back up through chat, trying to catch up on some of the things that went by. Venetez said, we're very lucky we ended up with a headmate that really genuinely enjoys typical schoolwork. We don't like essays. I can't exactly recommend trying for that strategy, but I'm glad it happened. Yeah, exactly. It's a lot like doing group work with classmates. And, when you have a project that you're collaborating on together, you figure out who does the best work with particular areas. Like maybe you have one person who is good at writing bibliographies and another person who absolutely can't stand them, and you allocate the work according to each person's skills or what they're more willing to do or can do more quickly, or if they just want a challenge and want to improve their skills. And also, I didn't see this pop up in chat, but another thing that can happen is that if you have a system mate who's interested in things that other people in the system aren't, it could be a lot like having a friend who, sort of like having a friend who gets you interested in things that are new to you. Maybe you can kind of start sharing your interests around, broaden what interests you. The Sweet Death of Me says, we like the idea of bullet journaling, but planners generally don't work for us. I don't have any real method. Just keep on trying. Don't give up on it. There probably is something that's effectively like a planner, even if it may be something that is very different from what you conventionally think of as a planner, that manages to accomplish that same purpose. Event Horizon Library says, coming back around to classes you can pick and things of that sort. We can put it to a vote if it's a big thing. We did luck out as far as all of us having similar interests, though. Yeah, sometimes you can have a family resemblance thing kind of going on. It's nice to be able to do things collaboratively, but sometimes a particular topic is definitely more the interest of one member and not the others. And sometimes you do have significant differences in what you want as your major. Yeah, I'm not really getting into the pros and cons of having a diagnosis. That's also something, there are resources out there that you can find. Maybe after this, folks can post some resources about the pros and cons of getting a diagnosis with DID, so that you can weigh whether it's the right choice for you and your system. And also how to find a good therapist and just try and make the best of that experience too. Dragon says it can be harder to get accommodations if you don't have a diagnosis on paper, but some places will give them to you anyway if you explain the issue to the right people. Yeah. Given time constraints, I'm probably not going to be able to read all of these out loud, but everything you're saying is so valuable, and this is really something where we could use a resource about it. Swiftpaw says, who ends up being best at school and fronting the most at school comes down to more to the better teachers in our system. That's the thing we need to unlearn, though, because it's not necessarily the best for learning schooling. Exactly, and that's part of why my panel earlier in the part that I worked on, the part that I showed yesterday night in part one, I was talking about some alternative paths through school because conventional schooling, you may want to look into other options like unschooling, where you can be more flexible with your hours and more flexible with your setting. If it's just something that doesn't work with you for mental health reasons or because of the learning disabilities that you have, just keep exploring. Look into what options that are out there that are available to you, and there may be things that are not being sold to you. Like at a college or university, they generally are a business. They're trying to sell their own products, so they might not make you aware of other options outside of them so much. So you need to go looking for it on your own. Okay, I'm catching up on chat again. Kenpio asked if the right people to talk to were the accommodation office, and Dragons answered sometimes, and sometimes it's the individual professor if they're cool. Yeah, that sounds correct. Dreamspace says we're lucky to be mostly able to switch at will, so we used to divide who attends which subjects or lectures or does specific types of homework or projects. That is really useful. Calixa suggested recording lectures in class using an audio recorder. That way you can listen as many times as you want and spend as much time on your notes as you need. Yeah, that's a really useful thing to be able to do. It works best if you do it together with taking notes in the class by writing things down, and then listen to it again on the audio to fill in your notes better. Having written something down when you're in person, it's probably easier to listen to than the recording. So that helps you establish the structure to build things around. But yeah, you get more out of it each time you listen to it again. Daryl says, I get called a university sacrifice often because I am the best. We have a test taking and I'm very interested in our major's topic. I do not mind this. University sacrifice. That's a new term. We're learning some new words today. University sacrifice, necronym. Leica says, I find that diagnosis gives you a label with a lot of context that others can recognize instantly rather than explaining your life story. Yeah. And then Dragon's Roost, Dragon's link to a pros and cons section for about diagnosis and about disclosing in general. So that's a useful link. I'm going to star that. Yeah, thanks for starring it to other people too. And yeah, everything in chat is going to be recorded. It just may be a little bit more difficult to follow in the recording, though. Ghost says, personally, my school wouldn't give me accommodations without a diagnosis, but since a diagnosis wasn't an option for me at my age, my therapist and psychiatrist wrote a letter instead, and that got me the accommodations I needed. That's a really good point. So it might not be technically a diagnosis, but there may be other things that are kind of approximately the same thing or get you where you're trying to get. Petricorn says some professors will just upload their lectures. Yeah, that's also something to look into. Sometimes when you get accommodations for a class, that can mean the professors themselves may provide alternative formats for their materials. Because like it may be easier to, they have the source documents. It may actually be easier to get them that way. It's worth asking about. And other times they give you more options to get the information in other ways, like um, giving you extra time or letting you have an aide who helps you with taking notes. And it's also not just between you and the professor and the school. It may also be something like having a buddy system with a classmate and working together on sharing your notes with each other. So not cheating, but lecture notes. Purple says my school will hire note takers to take notes for you. So yeah, that's a good example of what kinds of accommodations schools may offer. Nat says our high school didn't give accommodations even with a diagnosis because they didn't think it was a disability. That sounds like something where you can like take it up a higher level and complain to the school board. If you get pushback about accommodations. And someone in chat whose name is displaying truncated. Sorry, it's only showing the first letter. Let's see. I don't know if that'll. Yeah, I don't know why it's shortening some people's names and not others. One of the people in the chat asked, does the nature of being a plural system impact the diagnosis received for accommodations? Have diagnosticians been more or less willing to come to a conclusion with that piece of identity information? That's a really interesting question. I hope somebody in chat might have some information about that because I do not. Oh, okay. Chat explained if you have streamer mode enabled, then people who don't have display names will have truncated usernames. Oh, okay. All right. Learning new things about Discord today, too. Calixa talked about depending on the calendar, Google Calendar, and having also been very dissociative around that time. So I often didn't know why or when exactly I put something into the calendar, but the calendar is law, so I had to follow it, and I don't know if I could have functioned without it. Yeah. I think I missed something. Foxtail Pip was asking for non-US resources. I don't think that we talked about anything that was specifically US focused this time, though. So I might have missed something in the chat when I was scrolling up and down then. Okay, and another thing that some plural systems depend a lot on doing system contracts of having an actual written agreement about whose responsibility is what in the system and also setting limits about what's allowed. Like, especially if you have a system member who has habits that can be really disruptive, like drinking or partying or dating and things like that, that might get in the way of what you're trying to accomplish with your studies. Um, uh, some systems really rely a lot on having contracts that they write out and come to an agreement about. But it can also be something where, I don't know, it depends on how much your system responds to formalizing things like that. One of the chatters says, some things or actions are US focused without being obviously so. For example, audio recording in lectures, such a thing would not be permissible in Germany, for example. Yeah, okay, yeah. Audio recording is something where you, even if it is permitted, that is something where you should ask your professor for permission to do it. Even if it's totally allowed, ask anyway. And the for-profit higher education model is a widely USA thing. Thanks for pointing that out, Zevrad Stargazer. Yeah, that's also something we addressed in the part of the panel yesterday about the course that education tends to go through, the international standards for it, and that I am tending to lean toward talking about it, what would be relevant to an audience in the US and who are in their late teens and 20s, because that does tend to be the audience that we have here at OtherCon. And meanwhile, the educational system is really different in Germany compared to even a lot of other parts of the Western world. For some reason, it's just they have a really different educational system in Germany, especially for secondary education. So your mileage may vary. All of this can be very different from what one region to the next, not just nation, even just different school systems. Keejan says recording lectures can be allowed under disability accommodations in the US. Yeah, I believe that's a really common disability accommodation for kind of obvious reasons. But even if you don't have a disability accommodation, you can just ask a professor. A lot of professors will allow it. It actually seems like it's more unusual for a professor to refuse. Or at least that's been my experience. Ghost asks, I don't know if this has been discussed, but what's the best way to deal with being front stuck or switching involuntarily in school? That's a really, really important question here. And no, it hasn't really been discussed much. Chat hasn't really gotten to that. So chat, what are some of the ways that you've dealt with that of front stuck or switching involuntarily in school? I think yesterday somebody did mention a solution to that, which was working on system communication. Let's see if I can remember what the person had said. So that you have at least one system member who can talk to the others and help catch them up on things. In case somebody gets front stuck who has no idea what to do or how to do what they're in the position of needing to do. Dreamspace says you can also ask to be sent the documents or resources for a lecture beforehand as an accommodation to prep before the lecture. That's a good accommodation. A chatter answers Ghost's question regarding being front stuck and switching involuntarily. Said, I think that kind of thing takes practice. Like I used to have involuntary shifts in school, and it took a lot of becoming aware of it and then practicing more control with each time, usually with the aid of friends. Yeah, so that would actually be something where it would be useful to look for, because like I didn't find resources about being a plural system in education dealing with that in particular, but you can find lots of resources about being front stuck and learning how to switch on purpose. Even though it sounds like, reading a resource about it is very different from actually developing the skill. But at least the resources exist for that. Keygen says that something that helps with being front stuck or involuntary switching in school is note keeping, because then it's not as confusing when someone switches in and doesn't know what's being discussed. It also helps to have each system member write in their own color so you know who took what notes. Oh, that's cool. I love that. Zephyr Stargazer says about recording in classes. Um, he says, we've had professors who encourage recording and some who are very strict with it, i.e., requiring an accommodation for it or just letting them know beforehand, etc. So, yeah, your mileage may vary. And even if your professor refuses, that could still be something where you can go above them and ask the school office or board if they can help you get the accommodation you need. Foxtail Pip has a good tip for getting front stuck or involuntary switches in school. If your school has a safe place or calm area, you could look into getting permission to leave sessions if you need to regulate an unplanned switch. That's great, yeah. And Dragon says if you have any front triggers, you can force switches when needed, but this can be jarring and draining to do, so try to avoid doing this if you can. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty brutal thing to have to do right in a classroom. That could be rough. Event Horizon Library says, I will say the color coding notes thing only really works for smaller systems. All our 75 members couldn't really do that. Yeah, that's a good point. And also, like, what are the odds of somebody forgetting to change their pen when they switch? Um, and like a lot of system members have noticeably different handwriting anyway. So, the different color thing, that's good for some systems, but some systems might not really need it. You may have other color code. You may have other needs for color coding in your notes that would be more useful ways to apply color coding anyway. Yeah, Zevrad Stargazer is right. Never be afraid to go higher if someone refuses to accommodate you. Your access is a right. Absolutely. You've got to be able to, having your education is important to you. And especially if it is an education you're having to pay for, they should be accommodating you. Willow suggests making a little note about who's fronting at the top of the page. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. You could use like you do with Plural Kit, just having a little system tag just in your notes. Oh, does anybody use? Oh, that's right. I had been thinking about wanting to get into plural software for plural systems in this panel, and I didn't include a slide about that, but that was something that I thought of doing. There are plural system organization software and apps that you can look into. Somebody might post a link to a roundup of those. But like you might even use a Discord server that's just for your system where you have Plural Kit and use that as a place to take notes. Some systems use that as a way to organize things. And there is also plural software that is sort of like a private chat just for you and your system, where each of you gets to post your messages like it's a group chat. Some software folks are talking about is Obsidian. Obsidian, Obsidian is sort of like Evernote. It's that's not plural specific. It's note-taking management software. You can, I think with Obsidian, you have to pay a subscription for it to be cloud hosted, which is great for making sure you don't lose all your notes if your device gets destroyed or quits working. Daryl says we use Lighthouse to keep notes on upcoming tests and assignments, even if it's just a system journaling site. Lighthouse doesn't ring a bell, but that could be something to for folks to look into. Willow says we've played around with Pluralog and Arcana, but we don't really need them because no memory barriers, but they seem neat. Yeah, even stuff where you do have memory, whether or not you have memory barriers, that could still be something to look into for keeping track of notes in school. And even if you don't have memory barriers per se, there is a lot of memorization that goes on in education. Um, so folks are in chat. Kenpio says Lighthouse is newer, and Dysphoria was asking if Lighthouse had shut down. Daryl says no, Lighthouse is still up and operational and receiving updates. Okay, cool. I don't remember having heard of Lighthouse. Oh, Dysphoria, you might be thinking of a different plural software that got shut down recently. There were like one or two that shut down a few months ago. Yeah, I'd better move on to the next slide. Thank you for keeping me on track, Nat. Yikes. Yeah, Simply Plural, I think that was the one that had shut down. Okay, moving on. Okay. So other kinds of alterhumanity. So like for most of us, we don't think of our alterhumanity as something that's a challenge in our lives or something that's bad or negative, but it does, for many of us, does, even for those of us who have pretty positive feelings about it. Um, Lily says 30 minutes per slide. We'll be here for a while. That particular one was one that depended a lot on discussion in chat, though. The other ones aren't going to be so long of the chat discussion, though. So, for example, it's really common for Alterhumans to have been bullied and in school. That's a really common experience, and that can interfere with your education a lot. And a lot of Alterhumans have a fear of being judged for being different, and that can also be, even if you're not being bullied per se, that can be something that really interferes with your social connections and that you need for getting through school, or as part of why it's just a big part of school, even if you're not there primarily for social reasons. For some folks, their alterhumanity is connected with their learning disabilities, and that's something that I would have liked to have gone into more depth about. Like connection with autism was something that we mentioned yesterday. Another social problem that a lot of alterhumans face in school is being confused by human behavior, and isolation. And also for a lot of alterhumans, I've talked about it being difficult to picture a future for themselves in this world, like especially for Therians, for Therianthropes, for animal people. Being in a very human world feels very unrelatable, and of going through school and getting a job just doesn't have anything to do with how they want to just be out in nature. And that's something that can really make it difficult for them to picture what kind of career do I even want to work towards? I just want to be in the woods. And yeah, I really wish that we could have gotten into bullying more, into that topic, because that's really big and people make light of it too much. But if somebody's in a really difficult bullying situation, it's just so hard to come up with any solutions for it that are any good. It's a really tough issue, but I think that there would be enough for that to be a whole other panel. And I don't mean slide, a whole other panel. So we can't get into that much this time, but I don't know if if folks feel inspired to put together another panel or a zine about it, definitely steal that idea. There's room for part 3 tomorrow. Lily, I want to be free.
People demand a part 3.
Paige is yelling at me, people demand a part 3. No. Y'all are gonna have to steal these ideas.
Orion's like, do them yourselves.
No, not the panel that never ends. Okay, so challenges that Alterhumans are not facing in schools and are not asking for. The litter box urban legend. We already have 2 completely different panels about this that have been at OtherCon previously. The first one was a panel by my lovely partner system, House of Chimeras, in OtherCon 2022. Litter boxes in school bathrooms, dissecting the alt-right's current moral panic. As briefly as I can summarize what this urban legend was, in the United States is where it started, and it did spread to a lot of other countries all over the world in the years since then. The far right in the United States, Republican politicians in particular, started spreading this urban legend that they knew was not true, but they spread it anyway, saying that in public schools, they were providing in classrooms litter boxes for children who identified as animals. And in the urban legend, they referred to them as furries rather than Therians. But now newer versions of the urban legend does refer to them as Therians. Different variations on the urban legend. And so that's not something that ever happened, ever. But a lot of the Republicans insist that it's a widespread problem, and they made up the urban legend in parody of transgender students asking for bathroom access. And another source of that urban legend was a school that was trying to come up with solutions for if there was no bathroom access during a school shooting. And this is also an urban legend that can have an impact on furries and Therians in schools in real life as well. Just the existence of the urban legend, even though it's not based on something that was true, and it was based on something that was really rather cruel. And so then the Republicans moved on from having it just be an urban legend to including it in proposed laws. And so that was what we talked about in our sequel to that panel, where myself and Paige and House of Chimeras did a sequel panel at OtherCon 2023, Litterbox Hoax 2, Legislature Boogaloo. And so then they started, the Republicans started in the US started passing, not passing, but proposing bills to ban the practice of having litter boxes in public schools, or having students who identify as animals being taken away from schools by animal control. And a lot of that was sensationalism and parody and stuff like that, which is a really big thing in that is actually a widespread practice for proposing laws in the US, is proposing laws that you don't expect to pass. You're just doing it to as a sensationalist thing to attract attention, either to attract attention away from something that's more serious, or to make a parody of a problem that you think is more serious. And yeah, this has moved forward. The urban legend has moved forward to it became very widespread in Russian speaking or former Soviet nations last year, and then this year it blew up a whole lot in the beginning months in the Spanish speaking world. Different variations on the same urban legend, so it's been spreading a lot. And while I've been talking this time, I haven't been following chat quite as closely. And yes, the panel is being recorded. The Otherkin News blog has been tracking the spread and impact of this urban legend. You can read and write articles about it there. Your scoops and opinion pieces are welcome. That is otherkinnews.dreamwidth.org. And so that is a community-run blog. If you have an article that you want to write for it, whether it's about news articles that you found in the popular media about Therians or about that urban legend, you can submit posts there, and I moderate it, and I'll accept any posts that are within the scope of what it's supposed to be doing, and not inappropriate or posted there by mistake.
It's 11:54.
Good grief. Okay, so Mercy, are we going to have part 3? That's horrifying.
I think you have to do part 3. I told you don't have time.
No. Okay, so the next part of this was going to be talking about how you draw inspiration from your Alterhumanity in your education and career, and we do not have time. I've got to get off this computer so Paige can use it for their presentation. Oh no, it's gonna be a 3-part panel. It's the panel that never ends. I wanted that to just be a joke.
Well, hey, that's
All
not
right.
till tomorrow,
No.
probably.
Okay, so guys, don't be like me. Do test presentations of your panel and figure out how much time you need. And don't have any technical difficulties. Just have Discord love you and work when you just turn it on.
That's me. Discord adores me.
Okay. All right. All right. I will see you soon. Chimera says my panel was so good it takes 3 hours.
Wait,
Trilogy panel.
the trilogy panel.
Okay.
All right, guys. We will catch you in like 5 minutes.
All right. Thanks, Paige. Paige will be doing the next panel. Later. Let's see. I don't know, maybe I should have. There, okay. All right, everyone, we are starting proper. Part 3 of Alterhumans Always Learning. Right before I started recording, we just recapped some of the stuff from previous and made sure we got the technical difficulties and troubleshooting out of the way before the panel started. Let's see here. So we are down to the Alterhuman Challenges and Alterhuman Inspiration section, or maybe just Alterhuman Inspiration. I don't know if we should go back and give some more attention to the Alterhuman Challenges. Maybe after, I don't know. All right, and remember, don't be a party pooper. OtherCon is a rare and fun event, so please don't use this space to quarrel with or criticize others. And that includes, we are not criticizing any organizations or organizers in regard to Alterhuman causes. That you will probably recognize some topics that some organizers or organizations have addressed, but this is not the space to criticize them. If you want to talk with your friends about it, please move it to DMs or save it for another time, because OtherCon is special and we don't want to harsh the vibe. All right, I'm just going to skip ahead here. Sorry, I probably should have said earlier when I skimmed through these, but if you're sensitive to flashing lights and bright colors, look away for just a sec as I scroll through these, maybe? I don't know. I'm just skipping ahead to return to where we left off on the end of part 3. Trying not to do it quite as fast as I did last time. I just realized that was not good for flashing lights. Okay, so we started talking a little bit about these in part 3. Does your Alterhumanity bring challenges to your education? I don't know if we want to spend some time addressing these in this session or if we want to move ahead. Okay, and the audience is going up again, so I'm gonna post in the chat again. Thank you. Thank you to the person who posted the link to the slides themselves if you want to follow along that way. And I'm just posting in the chat again another technical difficulties check, because it's a few minutes after and we're having some more people in the audience, just double checking that the new people can see too. Good. Okay. All right. It's good. That's good to see. Okay. Oh, getting lots of thumbs up from everybody being able to see it. Good. All right, does anyone want to share in chat some of the ways that your Alterhumanity has brought challenges to your education? I think we probably do want to address this one like I'd originally intended to do. We just were too pressed for time last time. Yes, be inspired. Create things, do panels, make zines, write essays. Keep making things. There's nothing bad to make. And also hopefully be inspired to look at your education and your lifelong learning in new ways too. If you've run into challenges because of that are in some way connected to your Alterhumanity or learning disabilities or financial challenges or all kinds of things, or maybe you just were not enjoying the experience that you had with your education so far, think outside of the box and look at alternative paths through it and other ways that it may help you out, other ways that may work for you better. All right, several people are typing. I'll wait for those messages to go through a little bit. Mint said maybe not challenging, but it was a little embarrassing when my entire middle school found out I was a werewolf many years ago now. Uh, Wonderlight said I will make things when I'm less eternally tired. Well, you know, a lot of the key to that is making things that are within the scope of what you can do. It may be something small, it may be something that is not as detailed and perfect as you'd like it to be, but make something. Any little thing, it's still making things. Zero said the most common one for me is very simple. I got so distracted by birds outside the window. Corey Anderson Clare said, I think we've mostly run into the difficulty of we have a lot of people who want to learn different things and we're disabled, so we have chosen or had it decided for us that we can't do traditional higher education, which sucks. And I don't know of a lot of self-learning resources which seem helpful to our specific circumstances, chronic fatigue, ADHD, and plurality. And another person added in chat in regard to what Mint had said. To be fair, I don't think anyone can go through middle school without some embarrassment and cringe. It's a requirement. River got bullied for growling at people and liking dinosaurs. Sarah said isolation was definitely one of the biggest challenges for me, and I felt different from those around me, and I couldn't relate to or understand them. Gray said, but for the question, my altered humanity is definitely influenced by my neurodivergence and the dehumanization that came with it during elementary school. I don't understand how humans socialize due to my autism, and when I got bullied, I very quickly got othered, and it made me lean into the less human. I was judged for being different and learning differently. It always made me feel like I knew I wasn't just human. I always interacted more with the trees during recess than with my peers due to it. My teachers just saw me as a strange kid, so they didn't really want to help me learn in a way that would help me feel less isolated, which definitely did impact my learning. Yeah, and that is not an uncommon experience for a lot of Alterhumans. So those are some of the things that we need to work on, though, because learning and education is important for everyone, and so even if other people didn't help us find what we needed to learn in a way that it was right for us, or we didn't make the connections we needed to feel less isolated, that's something that we can start figuring out new ways and experimenting with new ways to find what works for us now. And if there's more that you want to share with each other about this, there is now a thread in the OtherCon forum. So after this panel, since we probably won't have time to linger on this and give this enough attention, as much attention as it deserves for this particular slide, I encourage you all to keep exploring it in that forum thread after the panel. Since it would be great if we could work together with each other and help find solutions for folks who are facing challenges because of their alterhumanity. Y'all are adding a lot of wonderful and valuable personal stories in chat. I just don't know that I have enough time to do justice to all that you all have to share right here in the amount of time and space that we have. Also, since it's been established that I'm not very good at managing time during panels. Swiftpaw shared, we grew up with undiagnosed ADHD and plurality, and a part of that was always that we were slow to pick up on concepts. We were normally okay by the time we had to do the tests. This made teachers think we were just not applying ourselves and guilting us for struggling to do the work. We were never able to come up with a system that worked for us in our brain because it never occurred to us that we just learned differently, and the problem wasn't just laziness. No, I don't want to do a part 4. Yeah, that's a very common experience with learning disabilities. Campus life usually has groups and organizations, says Phenomenon. It would be so cool to organize an Alterhuman group on campus. Would you believe we actually have a slide about that a little bit later? So we're going to talk a little bit about how to do that. The question here was the slide that we have here about does your alterhumanity bring challenges to your education? All right, yeah, we have a couple of folks in the chat saying that they had furry or alterhuman groups. Solace's college had a furry society with several alterhuman members, and Paige ran an otherkin club back in college with another dragon on college on campus. Rosa says, I'm lucky that the only thing that brings me is annoying phantom limbs. Yeah, not all of us are going to experience all challenges to our education that come from or associated with our alterhumanity, but I think that is not unusual. It's like, I'm not saying it's a requirement or something that's universal for the alterhuman experience, but that it is something that happens, and I think having a dialogue about that and recognizing that can be a challenge and working together with each other about finding solutions for that, it would be valuable. All right, I'm going to move on to the next slide now. And folks who want to go in more depth about this, you're encouraged to do that in the forum thread. All right, so we already talked about the Litterbox urban legend in part 2, so I'm going to skip past these. So now we're moving on to the positive side of how we can draw inspiration from our alterhumanity in our educations and careers. And I'm sorry if inspiration is a word that is kind of loaded in regard to learning disabilities and stuff like that. If you all can think of a word that's closer to what I'm trying to express here, you're encouraged to. But it is something where our alterhumanity is sometimes where it's a big part of what drew us to our favorite subjects or to our careers. And that's something that I'd like to hear more about. And that was one of the things that I was wanting to explore here. Motivation, thank you, Gray. That's a good suggestion. I'm not sure that's quite the word I'm going for. Calixa asks why inspiration is a loaded term here. Um, there's this thing where people with disabilities get called inspirations, so I was worried that that might hit a nerve for folks who are dealing with that, because that's not what I'm going for here. I'm not trying to do the thing of like when you call somebody with a disability an inspiration. Ash says, sounds like it could be called a calling. And I feel like a calling is like kind of has religious connotations. Anyway, not to worry too much about the connotations of individual words here. You can spend so long on that and get tripped up on it before actually getting into the meat of what you're trying to actually say. So like, for example, there are people who go into, um, there are Alterhumans who are things like, for example, in the examples that we have in this slide here, we have, like, for example, there are Alterhumans who want to do the work that they liked in their other life, like something that was meaningful to them from a past life as an Alterhuman or something like that. That may be something where they're like, that's something that I'd like to learn how to do here too. Oh, Strat has a great example. My Alterhumanity is a major reason why we are going into conservation. We've always felt a almost duty to protect the environment, especially considering considering we might also fall under Earthkind. Exactly, that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about here with this slide. Paxillos says, being plural and the particular kind of fiction folk that I am is what got me into philosophy. And these days I love to think about and write about the implications of plural personhood and the importance and utility of popular fiction culture. Perfect, that's also the kind of thing that I'm talking about here. Solace talks about nature and place were both important to me as a dragon of a territorial species, so I went for a geography and environmental resources degree. Yeah, exactly. Julian says, I'm a dragon. I observe human cultures and I am made of stories. I have an essay planned about this, but that's why I write social science fiction and plan to study Paleolithic archaeology if I can. That is wonderful. Savannah says, me being a social whale species made me pick social work. That's cool. Grimelkin said, on extracurriculars, my desire to be mobile, like my stereotype, has definitely inspired me making use of my campus's gym when I was enrolled, making use of the free membership, connected with some sports clubs on campus too. That's fantastic. And Neve said, I'm a mixing console who has studied audio engineering all my life. It's been my number one special interest since childhood. That's a great example of what I'm talking about here too. Fractals and Fragments says, we're a storytelling concept kin and want to do studies based on how to tell better stories, probably a film degree. That's great. There's so many different directions that you could take that too. There are a lot of different fields that could be connected with that. Like, you might think of mainly a film degree or other things that are more directly creative, but also, like, for example, history is also very much about how to tell stories. So it could go the other direction as well. Blue Mossy says, I've always felt drawn to conservation work. In middle school, I identified as a sort of nature guardian species without knowing what alterhumanity was. We're pursuing our career in comic book illustration and costume design, but that draw to conservation is still there. That's really cool. Cryptid Creature asks if all three parts are being recorded. Yes, they are. And I'll double check that I have my OBS set correctly. Yeah, I'm recording this. And other people are welcome to record this as well, just in case we run into more technical difficulties. Vustix said, when I was entering college age, I got the advice to not be in a hurry to pick something to study and that I'll figure something out. This was bad advice in retrospect, and it would have been more correct for me to pick something out and quickly. Yeah, that's one of the things that I've heard. You really need to be proactive about finding out what your options are for majors, and they might not, the major that's best for you might not even be offered at the school that you're enrolled in, and they might not be the first ones to tell you that. And I've also heard of people getting misdirected by their advisors, sending them into a field into a major that school offered, but was not correct for what that person was asking for. Like somebody who wants to go into video game design getting sent into a major that I forget the name of it. There are a few sound-alike names of college majors where they all sound like they have something to do with computers, but the one that person got sent into was all about business to do with computers and nothing at all about programming or making games. So that's one of the things that you have to watch out for. Don't take for granted that other people will give you advice that's useful. You have to go hunting for the advice that's right for you. Bless you. Paige said, I definitely used my religious studies degree as a way to study the lore on canine psychopomps throughout the world to try and discover more about who and what I am. Willow said, as far as I can tell or remember, I think I'm studying similar things to what I did last time around. And that's wonderful, but also consider diversifying and exploring outside of that. Like, you don't want to just be repeating the exact same track in all of your lives, right? Or maybe you do. I'm not the boss of you. One of the people in chat whose username isn't displaying because we're using Stage said it's almost the opposite for me, to be honest. I don't love that I was born as a human in this life instead of a big cat, but while I'm here, I may as well make the best of it. In my other lives, I didn't have access to or an understanding of technology, and now I find it super fascinating to have an interest in game development. Same thing I attribute my sweet tooth to, since in most of my lives I haven't been able to taste sweetness. Yeah, that's a good point. There are a lot of uniquely human experiences that we can have here that are very different from what we would have experienced in another life as a non-human. And that's worth exploring, even if it doesn't have to be the same as what you would have experienced as a non-human. Explore, diversify, try new things. Koshak said, I really enjoy conservation study, but working in libraries and maintaining them over the course of my degree is awakening some kind of draconic impulse. My book hoard. That's beautiful. Book hoards are beautiful. Lots of people have been typing in chat. I can't read all of these out loud. I'm just trying to catch up at this point. House of Chimeras said the whole reason we changed our major and our ideas for careers, teacher to history and librarianship archivist, is because we got into the history of the community and started our own private Alterhuman and plural archive of things. So we blame Orion for becoming a library staff member. I am making the heart symbol with my hands at you, my dear. For people in the audience who aren't familiar with this, Chimeras is my partner. And so is Paige. Paige is over there.
Hi.
Rosa said, "I never thought of being able to experience things my other lives couldn't. That's a fun thought food. It is. Explore, try new things. But also return to things that you know that you loved and see what you can recreate here in this life to make this life feel like home to you. Even if you have to build something new that didn't exist here yet." It's something like the Silver Elves. One of the things that comes up in their writing from time to time is creating the land of Elfin here in this world. And I think that's a really interesting approach to it for Alterhumans who have a sense of homesickness. Mint said, "I will say I think psychology took an interest for me to better understand what was going on in my own mind, perhaps to try and figure out why I was Alterhuman, though I feel it was only helpful to a degree. Community was more important." Neve said, "Yes, I've made my surroundings as much recording studio control room as I can, given limited resources. Every little bit makes this life so much easier." Yeah, it's worth something to create a sense of home here. A space where you can be yourself and know what things that you like and love and that make you feel good and like you belong here and like you're contributing meaningfully and connecting with others and not being alone and isolated. Those are all good things to work towards. Shay asked what the specific topic of discussion right now is. If you can see the stream, we're talking about ways that we draw inspiration from our Alterhumanity and our education and career choices. Or also, how do you want to put Alterhumans in a better situation than when you began? That's also a question on the slide here. So, like for example of that, some people might be inspired to look into ways to develop options for changing our bodies in the ways that we want. There are a lot of different ways that can be done, and we're going to explore that a little bit in one of the next slides. And also, some of us want to make art for Alterhumans to express themselves, such as portraits or costumes. That's another way that your Alterhumanity and your connections with Alterhuman communities and wanting to do things to make the world better for Alterhumans. Those are some of the other ways that you can explore that. And that your education can be something where you look at your education and go like, what can I learn to help make this good thing happen? Grace said, "At some point I wanted to get into surfing due to my more marine life memories." That's really cool. And Grace said, "The experience has inspired me to try and make Alterhuman spaces more common in real activities, not just online." That is great in In a server I moderate, Florida Alterhuman, which is for Alterhumans all over the southeastern United States, we added a proof of touch grass channel, which was something that I saw a viral post about, and everybody liked the idea of it, where you have a channel in your server where people post pictures of things that they're doing offline, just as kind of a reminder that that's a healthy thing to do to connect to the outside world. And I've heard of a bunch of other Discord servers where they added a proof of touch grass channel because they like that idea. And it sounds like everybody's enjoyed it, where you show like examples of like hobbies you're doing and not necessarily going outside. Because, especially for people who have disabilities or housebound for some reason, just something where you're connecting with people and places that are not just very, very online. If somebody could drop a link to the post about where Proof of Touch Grass channel came from, that would be helpful. I just can't do it at the same time as presenting. Maybe somebody else can grab that link and drop in chat. The only concern I have about such a channel is it might make people more inclined to accidentally dox themselves by showing stuff that's too recognizable about where they live. So that's something I would only think is a good idea in a server that is has a gated entry and is more of a smaller friend group or something, or where people are adults, not minors should never be tempted to post anything that might give any hints about where they live. Which is the complete opposite of what all the kids are doing on TikTok, but that's just stressful. Grace says, or servers that are location specific, like city, Alterhumans, that kind of thing. Yeah. Rosa says that reminds me of when I always hang out with my friends and see grass, we always make the joke to touch grass. Lone Pine says, if money was not a concern, I would love to study animation. It's always been one of my dreams, but luckily there's so many free online resources. Yeah, that is one of the things that I wish we could have gotten into more of. Figure out what your dreams are. Actually, we will be getting into this a little bit. Figure out what your dreams are, and figure out a bunch of different ways to reach those. To reach those dreams, how to get to your goals. That is actually what we start getting into in the very next slide. House of Chimeras says, always be mindful of what you post on the internet. Always be careful or mindful to not share too personal information. Right. Even a photograph of touching some grass outside, there might be a street sign or a license plate visible or a landmark that people could use to figure out where you were. There's all kinds of stuff that people could use to figure that out that you might not even think of. Or the metadata for the photo sometimes also says where the photo was taken. For regional stuff, at last year's OtherCon, people shared a lot of regional Alterhuman servers in the advertisements channel. We should probably do that again. Yeah, don't forget to strip your metadata from photos. Grace says, I saw a post where it was only the grass that someone was able to figure out the location of using the lighting and the species and color of grass. Always be careful. Good grief. Ugh, we just can't have nice things. Yeah, like, yeah, I don't want to get too off topic, but yeah, I think we can all think of some really amazing, astounding stories of people being able to identify where somebody was based on a photo. But let's get back on track here. So let's see, should I continue staying on this slide or shall I move on to the next ones? And also one of the other things that appeals to quite a few of us in looking at our educations and our careers as part of figuring out how to put Alterhumans in a better situation than where you began is also finding and sharing the facts about Alterhumans so others understand and respect us. And that's when we're going to look into some more in the next couple of slides. Someone in chat, folks are asking about how to strip the metadata from photos. I would suggest let's continue that discussion in the chat elsewhere after this to talk about online security and being safer. Being safer with connecting with other people online and meeting others in person. That's outside of the scope of what we're doing in this panel, but it's definitely connected. So yeah, let's get into more detail about that in a different chat right after this, maybe. All right, so moving on to the next slide. So here's what we can do. Figure out what your goals are, things that you really, really wish that you could do, even if you think it's impossible to work toward that. And then work backwards from your goal and find some paths to get there. So in this example, one of the ideas in the last slide was a person feeling, an Alterhuman feeling inspired to use their career and their education to develop options for changing our bodies in the ways that we want. And there are actually a lot of ways to work towards that. And so for a lot of people, you might think of gene editing. And so that would mean you would want to go into a medical education and certification. So that would be just happens to be the middle path in the diagram we have here. But there are a lot of different medical paths that could be. Gene editing is just one of them. And that's something that is still a pretty futuristic technology, but I don't know, maybe if we have enough Alterhumans who are really determined to do it and dive into the right educational path and career path for it, maybe it could be something that happens in our lifetimes. Right, and once again, this is going to be something that reminds us of some organizations and organizers that do exist in Alterhuman communities, but we're not going to do any criticism or endorsement of any of those organizations during this panel, please. Although I will say that it would be good if there were more organizations and more organizers for each of these causes. It would be good if there were organizations that were like hyper specialized for particular things, or ones that were broader, or that had different political stances. Yeah, those are all possibilities. It just having more would be good. It would be great to see some people in this audience maybe even joining or helping establish new ones. More cakes, exactly. Oh boy, 2 cakes. Oh boy, lots of cakes. Well, I think we're going to need a lot of cakes if we want to get to this goal, right? So going into it from a medical path is only one of the possible paths. So like prosthetic design, where there are things that you attach to your body or add on to your body. That's something you could approach in a couple of different ways. Like you could approach that from a regular medical education. Or you could actually start out in veterinary medicine and work on animal prosthetic design, which is a really cool career to have. That means developing replacement body parts for domesticated or wild animals, which is then you would be working together with animal rescue organizations. And that a lot of innovation and new ideas about how to make prosthetics comes from that. Because there are very different needs that animals have for their prosthetics. But then there's another way that you could end up in working in prosthetic design where you don't even have a medical background, because there are some people who work in prosthetic design who don't have that background. They came there from special effect design instead. And so it's not even something where you necessarily started out in a STEM field, science, technology, engineering, or medicine field. That could be somebody who is in the arts, and maybe even somebody who didn't go through a higher education route. Because people who work in special effect design, that may be something where they're in it because they're really good at artwork and really have an in-depth understanding of anatomy and stuff like that. They can be really very highly skilled, but just coming from a very different educational background than medical. So that's something to consider for finding ways to break into your dream career sooner or from a different direction. Slight left and you end up as a fursuit maker. Hey, I mean, like, what is a fursuit? But prosthetics. It's just it's all kind of part of the same family. And goodness knows you don't need a higher education to become a fursuit maker. But that's something that requires a lot of skill with materials and business and a lot of stuff. Zero says prosthetic faces, makeup, scales, fur, skin, crests, adding bone features. There's so much you can do with special effects. Right. And the thing is that special effects, those are usually more for stage or video. It's something that's very temporary and not for everyday wear. For Alterhuman needs, we might need things that are designed differently so that you can wear them more as everyday wear. So just like with animal prosthetic design, the needs are different. Grace says, this is why we need practical effects to come back into popularity. That's right, for Alterhumans. And then there is another route that you could get into that has to, so like, keep thinking outside of the box. Can you find ways to break into your dream career sooner or from a different direction? Like, for example, a special effect design where you're coming at it from arts rather than STEM fields. There's another way that might be arts or it might actually be STEM, really, which is getting a body modification apprenticeship. The thing is that you may or may not need a medical education certification to become a body modification artist, especially somebody who's innovating technologies and trying to come up with ways to do it better and more safely. In your region, you might be required to have that, or it may be something where it's just people are more likely to take you on as an apprentice if you have that background. So that's something that you would need to look into more too. You might think that a body modification, it seems so much more underground. But really, a lot of these body modders either have or would prefer or are required to have legally in their region an MD to do that. So what I'm saying is there are a lot of different ways that you can reach your goal. Figure out what your goal is vividly, what areas matter to you about that goal, narrow it down, or broaden it, and come up with different ways that you can get there. And don't just assume there's no way to get there. Just like we talked about in one of the previous sessions of this ridiculously long panel, instead of just saying, well, I can't do that or I can't afford it, ask yourself, how can I do that? How can I afford it? Instead of, so the idea is that you don't just wall yourself off and just shrug and go like, well, it's impossible. Ask yourself how. What can you do? Grace says if you have a goal or idea, figure out how close you can get to it, and maybe you'll actually get there, or maybe even surpass it. Harold's did the Wright brothers start flying. Yeah, and the history of flight is full of weird stuff happening with people not really knowing what they were doing. Um, when uh, when balloons were invented, they had very different ideas about why balloons worked, and so it was, aeronautic balloons. Um, their theory about the physics of how it worked was completely wrong, but they got up in there anyway, which is kind of alarming because that was really dangerous. But yeah, you can find stuff like that in the history of invention. People end up inventing things without really understanding what they're doing. Um, like a big part of why we have computers now is because of the Mechanical Turk. And look up the Mechanical Turk and what impact that had on the invention of the difference engine. It was a machine that was supposed to be able to beat people at chess. But it turned out they secretly did have a real live person running the machine. It wasn't actually thinking for itself. Um, but people who heard about it and went like, "Oh, you can use a machine to calculate how to play chess. I bet we could make something like that too. If somebody's done it before, we can do something like it too." And so then they went and invented it for real. Yeah, a lot of modern computer science comes from a chess scam and netting. And don't forget the looms. Fractals and Fragments says, with enough willpower, you too can be completely wrong about something and still succeed at your goals. Hell yeah. House of Chimera says, so much modern tech was inspired by sci-fi. Yes, it was. Just please don't invent the Torment Nexus. If this slide to you looks like the Torment Nexus, try and think about like, oh, does this have anything to do with do not invent the Torment Nexus? No, don't yearn for the Torment Nexus. That's the whole message of the book. Don't invent the Torment Nexus. All right, so let's move on to the next slide. We're going to have another chart like this where we're figuring out how to work backwards from a goal together. So here's one that is definitely not something we think of as a STEM field and is less of a pie in the sky of inventing, being able to turn yourself into your persona in real life. Making art for Alterhumans to express themselves, such as portraits or costumes. The scope of this one is small enough that you can do it as a hobby, and trying to make it be your actual career is really hard, or main career anyway. Oh yeah, the Torment Nexus, that's a meme. It's a joke about books written to warn of something, and then people in real life making something similar to what the book warned about. Daryl was explaining. Yeah, sort of like the company called Palantir, where Palantir was an evil communication thingy in The Lord of the Rings. Like, just try and make it sound as evil in real life as possible. Yeah, and people inventing them precisely because they are fans of the sci-fi or fantasy book that their inspiration came from. Yeah, Palantir came from Lord of the Rings. That's where the word does anyway. But the book "Don't Invent the Torment Nexus" that's not an actual real book. That was just an example title somebody came up with in, I think, a Twitter meme. Grace says, this is making me think about making an Alterhumanity gear crafting studio where we teach people how to make gear and get paid to do custom work. I think we could use something like that. We absolutely could. I would love to see that happen. Oh, there's a lot going on that Tolkien would not have liked. Tolkien was all about not liking modern things, though. Swiftpaw says maybe we can organize an Alterhuman craft circle around here. That's a great idea. Okay, so looking at this slide, so for example, if you have daydreams of making art for Alterhumans to express themselves, such as portraits or costumes, Stepping it back is making a step back from that. You might think of selling and offering commissions of art online and events. Or you might also want to develop options for giving free or discounted affirming art to Alterhumans. And how you would get there you could be just assuming, well, I'll just do this as a hobby rather than developing it to a main career. Or you might be somebody where you definitely do want that to be your main career. And so then there are ways to sort of wade your way into that more securely of going like, okay, so what education do I need to make that be a successful business? It seems like most of the artists I've talked to have said don't major in art if you want to be an artist. Um, and meanwhile, a lot of the fine arts world has been dominated by business majors for like 40 years now, but I think that's a real bummer. Um, like the more you learn about it, the more of a downer it is because art made by business majors is it's the heart is different in it. And also, you can succeed in business without majoring in business either. Um, like, if you major in business, then you need to earn enough to pay back your student loans. And that makes it a lot harder for you to start your business in the first place because then you have this whole other expense. And yeah, I think that is what's happening with a lot of the fine art is that the ones where it was the business majors who were dominating the fine arts world, they were also hiring other people to actually create the art for them in the first place. So they probably are, a lot of them, supporting the AI slop. So that explains a lot about how we ended up with that. If you're curious about how that happened, you can watch a documentary series about the relational arts movement, and that explains a lot about how that happened. But if you're an artist, that will probably make you angry and frustrated and bummed out. Just a heads up. And I didn't put on this slide here, but I would definitely recommend if you want to go into an art career, connect with a lot of other artists. The title I said was the relational arts movement. That's the one where it's business majors dominating the fine arts world who themselves can't actually create art with their own hands, and that's been a thing for a long time, many decades. But if you want to be more like artists who are actually creating, like artists who actually create representational art, the last bastion of that really does seem to be the furry fandom. That's where you have people who are valuing commissioning art that's representational art from actual artists. The furry art movement is, art historians consider it a, what's the word for it? A folk art movement rather than fine art. And you know what? That's fine. If that's the difference between fine art and folk art these days, then let it be that way. And yeah, furries are being flooded by AI art too, but the furry fandom is all about valuing art that you and your friends made with your actual own two hands. That makes it really different. Everybody feels very, very strongly about that in the furry fandom because of that. That's what the fandom is all about. And that is part of what makes it a folk art, is that you and your friends are teaching each other how to make art together and being engaged with art without having that big of a barrier between yourself and artists, or artists and non-artists. It's all it's very different from other art movements we've seen in art history. Yes, maker spaces, those are great. Okay, in a minute, I'm going to move on to the next slide. Well, maybe less than a minute. I don't know. I'll let people finish. So yeah, connect with other artists if you care about art. That is where you want to do. One of the things we talked about in the first session of this ridiculously long panel was about salons. That's where you have other experts and learners come together and teach each other how to do things. Connections so that you have models to paint pictures of, go on field trips together to make paintings out in fresh air of scenery and animals, and taking trips to the zoo or the aquarium to draw the animals there. Those are some of the things that you can do together when you're connecting with other artists, and doing that outside of an educational institution. You can learn so much. And in an educational institution, if you can find a good art school where they're actually teaching art, and that's something that's economically reasonable for you, hopefully you can find one where they're basically doing the same thing that you can DIY, of connecting with other artists and learning things. If you want to learn a lot of old-fashioned art skills like they used to teach in art educations 120 years ago, look up James Gurney's books. Light and Color, and How to Paint What Does Not Exist. How to paint what does not exist is extremely relevant to us as Alterhumans, as you can guess from the title. It's all about classic art skills that are useful for painting or creating art of science fiction, fantasy, creature designs. Yes, James Gurney is the one who did the art for the Dinotopia books. You can also check out his blog. He teaches a lot about historical art skills that are largely lost. Neve says a local trans support organization here does a Skillshare crafting and art meetup every now and then. It's awesome. That sounds so cool. Yeah, if you search around locally, you may find in a makerspace or crafting event. There are probably a bunch of them. Like they may meet at libraries, schools, senior centers, local art supply stores. Just search everywhere. If you live in a city, even a smallish one, you will probably be able to find that some exist, even if they might not really specialize in the areas that you want. You may find other interesting crafters through there too. All right, I'm going to move on to the next slide now. As much fun as it is to talk about art, and I encourage folks to talk about it more in our forum thread. Okay, so here's one where I didn't fill it out because we're going to try and fill it out together a little bit. So suppose that you have a friend who feels kind of lost and can't think of where to start. Like suppose this is an elf or a wolf who doesn't like being in an educational an educational institution, doesn't like being indoors, stuck at a desk or at a computer, and they can't picture a future for themselves with a career or educational field because all they want is to be close to nature. What would you suggest to that person? And yeah, that is a common problem for a lot of theoranthropes and otherkin. A lot of us are just look around at our surroundings in school and go like, this isn't where I want to be, but I don't know how I can approximate the experience of just being out in nature in the woods the way that I want to. All right, I see park ranger and forest management, camp counselor or manager. I'm going to give folks some time to type. Fieldwork for biologists, gardener. Truffle hunting. Doing outdoor surveys. Maybe the word you're trying to think of is fieldwork. Pandora says, I love learning, but I cannot do classroom environments and I have no experience with working, so I'm just sad, lost teen. So for folks who just can't stand classroom environments themselves, that's also something where I recommend checking out the unschooling books that we talked about last time in the first session, where unschooling is something where you can find ways to get the education that you need outside of a school environment, which could be also like if you're deciding what you study, you can also decide where you study. You can if you can concentrate on a book better. If you're reading it under a tree instead of in a desk at a desk, you can do that. If you concentrate better when you're listening to an audiobook while your feet are moving, which is really common, um, you can arrange to have that be part of how you study. And you can also look into a lot of hands-on learning experiences that are outdoors in real life, like in the Teenage Liberation Handbook, which is the book on unschooling for people in secondary education, middle and high school. Some of the things that people talk about doing is arranging to spend a summer working on a farm and learning how to work with the animals there, and or other things where you may be able to use connections with your family and friends to go work with somebody and learn under them as an apprentice or mentorship situation, um, where you are in a more outdoor environment or working with animals and nature more. Gray has some more suggestions for being out in nature for your job. You can be a tourist guide, dog walker, arborist, research mushrooms, or conserve local species. When I had originally made this slide and I had written some suggestions down on it, and I realized this would actually be a great one for a conversation prompt to get you all thinking. One of the suggestions I had on here was herbalism and ethnobotany. And ethnobotany is really interesting because that would also involve potentially field work of going and interviewing indigenous elders so that you can help record the information about lore about local plants and how they're traditionally used. And that's very important archival and preservation work. Zira says online schools are so easy to find these days. And apprenticing at trade schools for people who like working with their hands. And you can do your schoolwork on a laptop outside for online schools. Yeah, those are all good ways to approach that. And those are some of the things that we tried talking about a little bit in the first session of this presentation. And that's exactly why I was talking about it, was to try and talk about, it was for this slide in particular, for Alterhumans who can't stand a school environment, and that's the thing that's tripping them up. To consider alternatives to that you might not have known existed, and that your school probably isn't going to tell you exist either. Local native plant societies, local branches of Audubon and formerly Audubon, arboretums. If you're interested in an academic career but dislike the idea of teaching classes, historians, gallery museum curators may be something to look into. Sabat asked if art institutes are still a thing. I believe there are art institutes. Foraging, archaeology, and paleontology. Oh yeah, archaeology and paleontology, that can involve a lot of outdoor work. Oh my gosh. And for all of these, find out about notable and interesting people in those fields you're interested in. Write to them and ask if you can interview them and pick their brain about their experiences so you can learn more about it and find out whether it's something you want to get into. Find out from them what kinds of hurdles you have to get through, like certification, or what kinds of classes you might actually be required to have. Grace says, yes, please. Indigenous communities need more outside interaction. As a Navajo myself, this is always something needed. Yeah, the preservation work that you can do in ethnobotany and anthropology and folklore studies, um, that's so much work that you can do to help support Indigenous communities, even if you're not Indigenous yourself. It's there's one of the ways that I've heard it said is that there is just so much work to do, that there's so much work that needs to be done, that Indigenous peoples generally appreciate any hands that they can get with it, with helping with all of that work. It's just you do have to come at it with the right attitude of respect and cooperation and helping preserve what the elders have to say, to support the Indigenous people themselves rather than to be taking things from them. So there are definitely bad attitudes that people can and do bring to it, but just learn how to do it right. Right, as Grace says, it helps keep the culture alive and the environment protected. What SwiftPaw says, our local library lets you do online classes for free. That's right. There are a lot of online classes. I should probably drop in the forum thread a bunch of the resources that I have bookmarked about that, because you can find directories of online courses on different topics that you can get for free. If you can't stand lectures, online work and trade school are amazing and more hands-on. Online work is not necessarily hands-on, but trade school I think could be more. It depends on what you're doing. Sierra says herbalism is often in New Age and neo-pagan circles. Yeah, I'm sorry I said herbalism. I think I would have said botany, but there is also herbalism and ethnobotany. I think if you feel like herbalism appeals to you, I would definitely suggest ethnobotany, because that is also about the folklore of it. And really herbalism, if you're doing really historically accurate herbalism, it's basically that's ethnobotany, but for the Western world, or for, well, Europe anyway. Western world is a weird area that doesn't that's a weird term. So Zira says about herbalism, you can pay for an education in them, but always do your own research to verify. Signed, someone who has studied herbalism since about age 12 and had to unlearn a lot of what I learned, or learned that things I had learned should have asterisks and warnings, or else they can get people killed. Mugwort is dangerous in more than the tiniest doses and burns your skin if you don't harvest it with gloves. St. John's wort has dangerous interactions with a lot of medications and can give you serotonin syndrome. Chamomile is dangerous if you're allergic to daisies. Just so many. Yeah, definitely. Herbalism and botany. That's, yeah, you use so much caution with that, because guess what? Lots of plants are poison. And that said, poison gardens are fascinating places to learn about that. Poison gardens, they are gardens that specialize in having plants that are considered poisonous, so people can learn about them, and also about them, the other uses that the plants can have too. Newfie Wishes suggests contacting experts in the field by handwriting to them. Letters seem to get faster and in more detailed responses. Include your email, though. I got to talk to a few sewing people and older handiwork. Yeah, I think that might be a year mileage may vary thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be a handwritten letter, but a letter sent in the mail may be taken more seriously than an email. It seems like that's what I've heard more, but there are also people who will just refuse to read handwriting. I don't know. Okay, so folks, please remind me to post that. I've referred to a few times to things that I want to post in the forum after this. Please help me remember that I was going to do that. Grace says in reply to somebody who's wanting to work to support local Indigenous groups, look into local powwows or polytribal or open communities for Indigenous allies. There are a lot of resources you'll be able to find if you just seek out your local tribe. They'll probably be more than happy to want to teach you if you especially are interested in the culture and preservation. Libraries and colleges should also have some resources about your local Indigenous tribes if you can't talk to someone directly. It can take some work to find, but you'll be able to learn a lot about your community, the land you are on, the environment that's there, and the culture of the tribe that lived there. You may also learn some artisanal skills or some parts of a new language. Please just be eager to learn. Yeah, language preservation, that's also a really big deal with you can be somebody's study buddy for helping them learn more to like you know what I'm trying to say. If you have a friend who is trying to learn the language of their ancestors, you can be their study buddy and help them practice it. Even if it's not the language of your ancestors too, that helps make it happen as that helps them be able to, um, if you can help them learn it, that's something else that you can do to support. Um, yeah, and also tribes may also have websites you can look through for resources. Um, I've also seen that if you check university libraries in particular, you may find stuff that the local indigenous people have created that are like language instructional videos and stuff like that. There was one that I was really impressed by that was an instructional video about learning the Lushootseed seed language. And it was just so well done because it had to go the extra mile with teaching how to pronounce complex consonant clusters that don't exist in English. So it's a little bit more difficult for people where, presumably the people watching the video, they probably only speak English or that's their first language. Dove says everything is poison in the right dose. All plants should be treated with respect. Speaking as a bit of an herbalist, no matter how safe a plant is, someone is allergic to it. Yeah, that's you're right on. Suspa was asking where the forum thread was. Could somebody please post a link to that in the chat here? It's in the OtherCon forum. Yeah, and local tribal museums or museums that have local indigenous um, artifacts, your mileage may vary with those. With some of those, they're very colonialist, and with other ones, they're working directly with the indigenous groups. And some of them, it's kind of in between. I think it would probably be good to learn from the local indigenous people what their opinion is of a particular museum. Probably other people with more experience with that have some tips about that. Okay, I think I want to move on to the next slide. I'll let folks finish typing what they're typing and then we'll move on to the next slide. Yes, that's the thread. Thank you, Doug Void, for posting the Alterhumans in Education thread. So let's reconvene there right after this panel to share links and keep talking about some of the things that came up. All right, moving on to the next slide. All right, so we've got another example here where you figure out what your goal is and then work backwards to find some different paths to get there. So, for example, one of the things where we might be inspired by our Alterhumanity to do things to make the world a better place for other Alterhumans, we might want to find and share the facts about Alterhumans so others understand and respect us. And that's an important kind of work that we can do. And it might not be something we do as a career. It may be something where maybe our education is something we're doing to get us to this goal, or maybe this is just something we want to do in our education. So maybe it's just a project or two for school, or it really depends. Is it a lifelong project, or is it something where you just really want to do an assignment in school about it? Yes, and Shay says, also a reminder that the Americas aren't the only place that Native tribes that need support exist. That's so true. There are indigenous peoples all over the world. There are endangered languages all over the world. Even if you live in the UK, you are well aware there are endangered languages in the UK too. And also endangered cultural traditions. There was a project that was really an amazing example that comes to mind that's like that kind of work. Um, in Oh heck, I hope I can find a link to it to post. There was in, I think, 1910, there was a school where all of the children are given the assignment to find the oldest people in their villages and write down all of the stories that they could get from them. And so they made this huge archive that is online now, that has been put online over a century later, of all of these stories of people's family histories, of local notable folklore about uh, like family histories about the Great Potato Famine and how people were surviving that, and about local geographies of where all of the holy wells and other ancient sacred sites are, and um, it was and a lot of it was stuff that was surviving pre-Christian lore or syncretized with Christian lore. Um, uh, I it was oh, I hope we can find the link for that. Let's look for that right after this, because that's such a great example of how that same kind of work is not something that's within indigenous people in the Americas. It's also something that there's still a great need for, even in places that have been colonized for much longer, or in Europe. So moving on to the current slide that we're looking at, you can consider the widest range of fields to get to any goal that you're thinking of. Just like the one we were looking at before, where you don't necessarily have to go into medicine if you want to work on developing ways for us to get bodies more like the way we want as Alterhumans or as non-humans. There are also a lot of there's a very wide range that you can, of paths to reach a goal that you want. So like in this example here, if you want to find and share facts about Alterhumans so others understand and respect us, you might think of going into an area of study that has more to do with writing and journalism, or you might approach it from the standpoint of psychology or surveys and data analysis, or you might approach it more in terms of activism. There are a lot of different ways to approach the same goal. And I want to see more Alterhumans working on that. That's wonderful. You might work together on a group or part of an existing group or creating a new group, or you may be just doing it yourself as your own occasional projects. I'm going to wait a moment for folks to finish typing what they're typing, and then I'm going to move on to the next slide. Postux had said, I've always had this dream to be a voice actor precisely because voice actors play all manner of animals in animated film. So I try to work myself toward that goal. Anyone else have that same dream? And Paradisius said, we used to want to be a voice actor. Now that we're plural with drastically different voices, we're glad we learned those skills. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next slide. So now we're going to talk about Alterhuman student clubs, which I was delighted somebody brought up on their own a little bit earlier too. So we did talk about this a little bit earlier too in this session. So, and I've talked with some people who had a lot of success at being able to do this too, which was amazing to me because personally, I was very shy about connecting with other people in my schools, or I didn't have very much luck with the people I met. And I don't know, even if you are somebody who is more introverted, you still may be able to find ways to make this work. So the strategy that I've, let's see, I think I can give credit where credit is due in this case. Some of the best tips I heard about this came from the Body et al., the Safety Pins Collective, who was very successful at making local Alterhuman clubs in regard to Alterhuman student clubs. So it's good to start with at least one other Alterhuman, and then you design flyers that people can understand who share your experiences but don't know online jargon. So don't use words or in jokes that you would only know if you already knew the online community, because it would be great to find some people who are not very online or may think that they're all alone, may think that they're the only person in the world who's like this, or may have spoken to a therapist about it but didn't have any leads about finding other people like themselves. This may be easier if you are doing something that's narrowed to a particular kind of Alterhuman, like if it's just a plural group. It may be a little bit easier to describe than trying to describe a lot of kinds of Alterhumans. And then once you've designed that flyer, next you get permission to post those flyers for your group in places where you think they're likely to be seen by like-minded people or by other students at your school. So the library bulletin board, and remember, you want permission for these things. You want permission to post it, because it's no good if you post it a bunch of places and it just gets torn down or viewed with suspicion. Yes, and that's also a good suggestion from chat. You can also try reaching out to the founders of other local communities and events and ask them for advice. Yeah, and finding local places that are willing to host space. Spirad talks about having found a Universalist church that was willing to host space for such things. So, and then that is the next thing. Then you once you've gotten some people who are interested, you meet monthly at a cafe, library meeting room, or other safe, quiet place in public to talk. So at least to begin with, meeting in your home is probably not a good idea just for safety reasons. Everybody feels a lot safer if it's in a public place like the cafe or library meeting room, or a room in a Universalist church. And then you can also use a chat or a mailing list to organize. So you do work with online stuff. If you're trying to reach people who are not very online, you may want to you may want to do something that's lower tech and has a lower barrier to entry for people who don't like technology, because like you may be finding a lot of people that way who are not on Discord, don't never use Tumblr, don't use TikTok, but they're out there in your local community, and they may be wonderful people who you'll really enjoy getting to know, and who are, I don't know, maybe a lot more inclined to touch grass than a lot of us are. So you might want to use, if you find that Discord, for example, is being too high of a barrier to entry because of the amount of, you need newer technology to run it. You may even find people who don't even like using smartphones. You may be better off with an email mailing list, or a group chat. But that's something you could try exploring. And you may also use like a spreadsheet to help organize where you meet. You could even do it very old school and organize, by phone banking, giving each other phone calls, to remind each other of when events are going to be in, and having another member pass that on. That's what people used to do, to organize events before the internet. Right, and you may also be allowed to, post a personal ad in library pamphlets or in the student newspaper or a local newspaper. Koshak says, I was going to say, I doubt there's any Alterhumans locally that don't use the internet, but I think that's just this image, and then it's the survivorship bias airplane. Yeah, I mean, how would you know they were there? How would you know they're not there? And for folks who are kind of, freezing up, going like, "Oh, I'm too shy to reach out to other people to form this club or to find one locally," um, you need to weigh that fear against the fear of being isolated. It's, there's some pros and cons of both things, but in the end, you may wish that you had connected with others locally, because one of the interesting things that, folks usually find, when they connect with other Alterhumans locally and talk with them in person and go out and chat over lunch together or coffee or whatever, about Alterhuman stuff, is that it feels really different to talk about it in person with somebody else who understands. It feels really good. It feels more grounding, and it kind of feels like, especially like, um, it can, if there's somebody who is also familiar with some online discourse, talking about online discourse with a friend over coffee in person feels very different from how it feels chatting about it. You just kind of shake yourself off and go like, wait a minute, this sounds totally ridiculous. Why does this matter so much? And you have more of a sense of perspective about what matters potentially. It's just, I don't know. I'd, try it out and see what the experience is like for you. But that was one of the things that my friends and I have experienced when we've done that. The mortifying ordeal of being known. Mint says, I have way too much knowledge on organizing safe renegade raves. I really ought to make a panel one of these days, one of these cons, because it's been the best way to find others in my area. Oh yeah, Mint had posted earlier in chat about finding Alterhumans through, music events. That's really cool. Yeah, make a panel. And remember, OtherCon is not the only Alterhuman Discord convention. There are a few others throughout the year. Somebody posted a schedule of some upcoming ones elsewhere in the OtherCon server I saw. So, yeah, see if you want to make that panel, create things, make panels, talk about stuff, teach people skills that worked for you. Thank you, SwiftPaw, for posting the link to the Alterhuman events tracker from Wolverine. Yeah, there are other Alterhuman cons. There's HellCon, there's the Centaurus Festival, which isn't even on that list yet. We should add that. And Shining Hearth, and I think there might even be. Oh yeah, that list doesn't even have the. Yeah, there are a couple of other ones. There are a few other ones that can be added to that. So if you have other panel ideas, you don't necessarily have to wait an entire year to do your panel. Sarah says the mortifying ordeal of being known versus the mortifying fear of being unknown was what pushed me to start socializing. Gosh, yes, exactly. Like, you can experience so much regret looking back on times that you were lonely and isolated in your life and go like, well, gee, this wasn't so bad actually. When I did start reaching out to other people, even if it didn't go perfectly. Elder Mark says this is basically how we faced our anxiety disorders. Gray, I'm really glad that you're finding this so moving. I hope that is, that is a lot of what I'm hoping here is that folks will be moved to connect more with other Alterhumans and think more about what your goals are as an Alterhuman and your education and how those things connect, and keep on working on getting an education, even if you are facing challenges with it, finding other ways to make it work for you. Grace says it makes me feel not so alone and isolated and weird. We have a place in the world. We just have to pioneer it. Right. And, once you start connecting with others, you may find that you have less to pioneer than you thought, too. There may already be some groups that already exist local to you, and you just wouldn't really know unless if you were reaching out and connecting with other people who know other people who know other people. Newfie Fishes says, when you have no one around in a world of normal, you're not as weird because you made a new normal. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective on that. But yeah, like, all weird means is an outlier to what is typical. But also the definition of alterhuman, how was it originally worded? I have it right here. When Leo of the Crossroads system in 2014 coined the word alterhuman. It was defined as a category of personal identity which encompasses identification that is alternative to the common societal idea of humanity. So this is also what's common, about what's common or what's normal. This is alternatives. It's just I'm kind of tripping over my words here, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say here, right? In regards to what Newfie Wishes said about being weird and versus being normal. My panel made people cry, therefore I'm a success. Mint says, I lost the original message, but thank you to whomever for the event tracker, as I may be able to organize a panel for that coming event this year. Yeah, you should be able to scroll back up to, we could post a link to that in the forum thread as well. No, the Forever panel is not continuing. We have 2 slides left. Look, here's the second to last slide. We're wrapping up. So spin-off, here are some ideas to steal for your own panel, zine, or school project. So, for example, it would be great, like, I want to see people create things more. Keep on creating, keep making things, keep learning, keep connecting with others. So some suggestions are like, write about your personal experiences with the part that are about the part that your Alterhumanity has played in your education. It would be great to see some folks create a guide for plural systems seeking accommodations or alternative paths through education, because that resource doesn't seem to exist yet, and it would be so helpful. Oddly enough, I have seen some resources for plural systems at work, in employment, but I haven't seen ones for education. And I'd also like to see folks go into depth about methods for ongoing and lifelong learning in Alterhuman communities. The plural systems at work thing, that is on the healthymultiplicity.com website. They have a link to 1 or 2 of those that are about that topic. And also, hopefully, someone with education-related credentials will create a more professionally informed version of this panel. I'm just a layperson. I don't have the credentials that would be ideal for doing a presentation about education, but I know that there are going to be some people at OtherCon who do. And I'd like to see some folks do their version of what they think this panel should have been. You're so encouraged to keep creating more. If you want to criticize how I did things, you're welcome to do so. And if you do a project where you are trying to find out more about Alterhuman experiences of education, a survey is a good way to collect that information from community members so that you're reflecting how we actually are, rather than just assuming what our communities and community members are like. Definitely check out some resources that my partners, House of Chimeras, Paige, and I have put together previously about how to run surveys of the Alterhuman communities. And there's, if you don't want to watch that as a video, if you prefer reading that, we also have that as a PDF that much of the same information is available in a PDF that we can send a link to as well. Grace says, criticism, it doesn't go on for long enough. We need more. No, I want to be free. So folks, what are some of the, what are some other ideas you want to steal for your own panel, zine, or school project that you want to talk about here? Drop some in chat. What are some things that you're feeling inspired to make now? Koshak says Alterhumans always learning part 52, Alterhumans in space. Oxen Fox says, every year in general, OtherCon inspires me to actually be more active in the community and make a blog. Yeah, do it. Be inspired. Be more active in the community. Make things. Write stuff. Dinah says, maybe something about ASMR or other audio things for Alterhuman Euphoria. Oh, that would be so cool. Yeah, there I have seen some there are some ASMR videos that are for Alterhumans, but I want to see a lot more of them out there. Rosa says, where did it go? Wait, the chat moved. It's hard to read. Wonderlight says Alterhumans Always Learning and Knuckles featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Um, Grace says panel ideas, how to best start connecting online and where to do it, how to start blogs and make websites to interact with each other, a gear crafting workshop, a panel about event planning and how to do it, maybe how to make something sustainable. Great. It sounded like you also had some really cool thoughts about connecting with local indigenous communities, and whether they're part of your own ancestry or not, and how to do work to support them. And that would be really cool to hear a panel about, actually. Lee says, does it necessarily have to relate to education? I want to make a zine about being a me and how much more complex this world is. Whatever you want to create, create it. I'm not your boss. I'm not making any rules about what you make. Just make things. We're just using education as a topic here to be as a jumping off point to be inspired about. And it is something that when I went looking for resources about this, I was really surprised to see that I didn't really find much resources about alterhumans or plural systems in education, even though I think that's part of pretty much everybody's life experience. So that's part of why I'd like to see more people writing about that, just because it hasn't been addressed very much. There should be a role on Other Connect to be pinged when someone makes a survey, as someone who isn't on Tumblr much these days and keeps missing them. Oh heck yeah, I want to see that role. I want that. Um, uh, my partners and I are very interested in survey design too, so we also like to look at new surveys to talk to each other about how well designed we think the survey is, or what design flaws it may have that might interfere with the author trying to get the information that they're trying to get. So that's something we always want to give early feedback to authors about. Also, if you do run a survey, please reach out to us about that if you want somebody to proofread it, because we might be able to save you a headache from if you have a design mistake in your survey, it can make the survey data when it's done nearly impossible to process or a huge headache, and it'll make you cry if you, for example, set it up in such a way that you just have to do a lot of grunt work instead of having it be something where it's all sorted for you. House of Chimeras points out there are panels about making personal websites that got recorded from past conventions. We warmly recommend them. That's so true. About guided meditation, Alterhuman guided meditations. That one is actually part of the one that you linked to, is part of a series that Nova did. If you look at Nova's YouTube channel, you'll see a playlist of other videos like that. And I have seen a couple of other YouTubers who make ones that are guided meditations or ASMR videos. I'll post links to them in the forum if I remember to. But yeah, those are really nice. They can be really sweet. Fractals and Fragments says we also want to do a panel on being Alterhuman and making art, and specifically making Alterhuman art in school. Oh heck yeah, that would be a great panel. I want to see you do that. Grace says, yes, I could do that, but I need to get more information because I'm in the process of reconnecting myself. Once I'm confident in what I know about my own heritage, I would love to share it because I don't want to speak over non-mixed natives who know more than I do, or if I can. Yeah, that sounds like something where it might be really good to coordinate with folks in the there is a really exciting thread that got started in the OtherCon forum this year for Alterhumans of color. And I think you're probably already in that forum thread, I think, but that could be a good place to connect with other people who are figuring out how to do that too. Maybe you could have a co-panelist or folks who collaborate with you in creating that panel. Yeah, Grace says, that being said, I would like some help. So if there are other mixed natives in the audience who can help me in the process of reconnecting, I would really appreciate that. Yeah, work together. If you work together, it makes it more likely to happen and to be something that more of you feel satisfied with doing justice to the topic. Okay, I'm going to wait for folks to finish typing and I'm going to move on to the last slide, the final slide, if you can believe it. Oh, that made more people type. Type faster. Blue says, quick page, add more slides. But Paige can't do that because Paige doesn't have edit access to the slideshow. The never-ending panel, the ending. I mean, don't worry, we can carry on in the forum thread for as long as the server is open, which will be a week. Switchpop says we really need to work on remaking our Alterhuman site. Oh, good grief, I do too. My website has been broken for years. When I point people to my website, I point them to the Internet Archive version of it from when it wasn't broken. It won't be hard to fix. It's never urgent, you know? So it never becomes a priority for my to-do list for any given week. I think that's why OtherCon helps. It makes things be urgent, and then I do everything at the last minute anyway. Grace says there should be a hub website that others can scroll through to find everyone's Alterhuman websites. There have been some there are some personal websites where folks make a links page. That's really traditional for personal websites to have a links page. And there have been a few there have been some things sort of like that. I don't know about comprehensive, though. I don't think there's a comprehensive one. Not even the Alterhuman archive really does that, since that's more a collection of articles rather than web rings. Thank you. That's the word I was trying to think of. Yeah, we could have more Alterhuman web rings. In the heyday of web rings, there were so many of them. There were so many web rings. But yeah, some web rings exist. Check those out. All right, I'm moving on to the last slide. Thanks and acknowledgements. Especially thanks to OtherCon staff and this audience for making this possible and enjoying this annual event together. Thank you all so much. And I also have credits for the images that I used that were all public domain. I didn't create any original artwork for this which is kind of funny because my whole deal is I like to draw and I just don't really draw anymore. And I also wrote down what typefaces I used. And also thanks to my partner systems, Soul and the House of Chimeras. This was my own panel, though. This was not a collaborative one. Although I do appreciate how much Paige helped with the troubleshooting tech support we had the last couple of sessions. Ash says, Alterhumans, stop learning now. The panel is over. No, this is Alterhumans always learning. You can't stop. You gotta keep learning.